And welcome back again, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander of Keeping It Honest. Of yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. We don't just keep it real, we don't just keep it simple, we keep it honest. Welcome back. Remember the last show that we did? One of the last shows we did, we were covering the Democratic National Convention. We were on all those 4 days. One of the shows we were doing 5 hours, giving you the news that you can use. Remember, we don't just do the left side, we don't just do the right side, we do all sides, and hopefully you decide. You may be upset with us, but hopefully you realize that we try to give you the truth. If you're new to the show, you know that I ran for Congress. Love politics, love the difference that we can make. Ran for Congress a couple years ago and didn't do too bad. I tell people, because people have asked me, well, why did you run? And I tell people, and I was told to run and pushed to run by Dr. Cornel West, who presently is running for president. We had talked, and at the end of the day, in our interview, I told him, don't feel tired, him and his wife. You got to do what you got to do, no matter who's against you. You've got one bit of a chance, and you believe in whoever you believe in, then you got a chance. Because maybe you might run, for people who might run, you may not win, but that doesn't mean you lose. Because you may be in an area, excuse me, where maybe you're in a rural area and you're a black person. Or maybe you're in an area where everybody that has run against you and won has been family members. So it may not be your place at that time to win, but that doesn't mean that you lose. Something to think about. We're going to continue to talk about that. If you know me, we talk about politics. I love politics. I tell people, if you don't like who's in office, then you run or get somebody else to run to get them out of office. And I can tell you, when people say that there are conspiracy theories with a lot of things, I can tell you from the political end, there are. And for you to be the person to run when nobody else is running, you're going to take your hits. But sometimes God wants you to be that example, because somebody may see you and say, wow, that person's taking a lot of hits. I admire their strength and what they believe in. And so I'm going to run. And speaking of running, today it's our watch party, presidential watch party. And this is the first and maybe only presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, vice president. And I want to know, if you're watching this debate tonight, is it going to change your mind about certain things? This may be the one and only debate that you will ever see between these two candidates. And this is Donald Trump's 7th debate, the most debates anybody running for president has ever done. And this is her first. I mean, she did one as VP against Pence, which we've shown, and she did okay. But when she ran for president in 2020, she was one of the first ones, if not the first one, to drop out. Didn't have enough money, wasn't getting the support. And again, I told a story where Senator Clyburn from South Carolina, when Biden was kind of in his basement, and it was around Super Tuesday, and maybe the powers that be that Biden or Biden's people went up to Claiborne and said, you know, we need your support, because Biden wasn't winning. And Senator Claiborne is the voice, one of the voices of Black people in America to get out the vote. So maybe Claiborne behind doors said, you know what? If I push you to be the nomination, then I want a Black person as VP. Don't think that's not real, because that could have happened. So South Carolina came, the election came. Biden won South Carolina and started winning. And he did say he was going to, put some minorities in office. And it's funny because the one that he put was Kamala Harris, who in the debate of 2020, she kind of dogged him. So our politics, fair weather, it all depends. Locally, it may not be. But, you may talk about somebody today and they may be your running mate the next. So Ms. Harris now This was supposed to have been Joe Biden's night. He decided to drop out. And the powers that be thought this would never happen, that he would never drop out because it would be the end of the world. They'd have to get somebody new. They have to either consider Ms. Harris or pick somebody else. And they picked Ms. Harris. Biden dropped out. And now here she is tied almost literally state by state with Donald Trump. If you have any questions or comments, you can email yours truly. It's parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. You can also leave me a voice message or text. I get a lot of interesting comments on my page, and I love all the comments. We start threads and everything. It's a great little community, so keep that up. That telephone number is 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. Keeping it honest. What do? We talk politics, we talk religion, we do things in a Parker twist or spin that a lot of people don't. We're up and coming. We thank you for supporting us. Tell your friends. Don't just like us, don't just comment, don't just share us. Hit that subscribe button. Help us grow. We're a family. Also go to our Patreon page, and that page is kind of like a PBS. The fundraising page. You go to that page, we have 3 tiers, and you can decide how much you want to contribute to our website, our program. You can do it monthly, you can do it lump sum, but just do it. You see, we have a lot of stuff out here. And as you'll see we have a lot of stuff that we do. We do short videos from 5 seconds to long videos to about 5.5 hours. We cover anything. We've covered, unfortunately, assassination of a negotiator. We covered the presidential debates. We've gotten clips of things that people may not have seen anywhere else. And if they've seen it, maybe only small people have seen it. So we decided to put it on our page, and we comment about it. So we thank you for our support. So what's coming up tonight? They have the debate coming up. And I'm going to give you a little bit. So it's the first showdown, maybe the last, between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. And this is going to be a far different race than when Biden was there, because that last race, it just kind of took Biden out. So you're wondering, who's got a better chance at this debate? Is it going to be Ms. Harris, or is it going to be Donald Trump? So Harris has erased Trump's really high percentage when he was going up against Biden. She's narrowed it. So since Biden's bowed out, she has increased the polls, where a lot of people surprised because Donald Trump was so ahead in the polls. Sorry about that. So how this debate is going to be, there's not going to be a live audience. There's not going to be an audience, period. And their mics will be off only when they're speaking. She wanted the mics on because she likes saying, "Excuse me, I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking." But if Donald Trump's mic is off, she'll be able to say what she's got to say. So this is in Philadelphia. It's the National Constitution Center. And so Vice President Harris, she was a former prosecutor. So some people say she's going to be kind of disadvantaged in this format, which will kind of shield her from asking Donald Trump direct questions and him replying and them interrupting each other. So some people suspect this was the main reason that Donald Trump agreed to have the mics off, because that way she couldn't interrogate them. So Donald Trump says he accepted the debate because it was the same that they were doing underneath Joe Biden. So why change it? It's going to be coming on soon. It's going to have 2 commercial breaks, and it's going to be streaming. So we're going to go on to it and see. So a coin flip. Who do you think won this between Trump and Ms. Harris? Donald Trump. He won this. So he's going to choose either the podium placement or closing argument order. So either where he wants to sit or if he wants the closing argument. So he opted to go last for the closing argument. So she's going to have the position of where she wants to sit. So when you look at this, she's going to be on the right side of the screen. So they're going to stand behind a podium. They won't be sitting down, so they'll be standing. But they can't really address each other. They can't cut each other off, so they'll be standing. So ABC maintains that no candidate will have access to topics or questions early. They're both going to be surprised. There won't be any opening statements, which I would have liked. And closing statements will be held to 2 minutes for each candidate. So no opening statements. So no props or drafted notes are allowed. And candidates won't be able to even ask each other any questions. So it's going to be interesting because Trump may ask her about the abortion issue and the border, but they can't ask. And she probably would ask about Project 2025. And they will have 2 minutes to respond to rebuttals. And then they will have an extra minute for a follow-up. So that's what that's going to be. So you're watching again, keeping it honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And then while they're doing the debate, we're watching it, we're going to make some comments. And you can, also give me some comments too. You can text me, like I said, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. So on here, I have had videos that I've put up, and I have asked people questions on these videos, and they've commented. So I put a video up called Democracy Looks Like. And this is one of the responses. This is, as far as democracy, as fake as the news. Another one, Kamala accomplishments. I asked people what did they think about the vice president's accomplishments. And they said her entire candidacy, nobody understands except the Marxists. Wow. So throughout the show, we're going to be reading different comments. What did you think about Cheney? He decided he wasn't supporting Trump. He was going to support Ms. Harris. A person told me she's just nuts. And it's interesting because on this poll, I've taken a unscientific poll, asked people what they vote for. And I got to say, 80% maybe people who responded to me, they want Trump. Wow. So this had me thinking too. I always tell people, you're going to vote for the person that can give you money because you don't care unless it affects you. So I have here, read this picture I took on my phone. The proposed 2026 tax plans of Donald Trump and Ms. Harris. And they'll vary depending on income level. So let's go with this. Let's say you have a household income of $48,120 per year. So under Trump, if you make $48,000, he will give you extra, on average, $870. And you're like, wow, that's not too bad. But under Harris, if she becomes president, she'll give you $2,260 more on average. So you got his $870 to her $2,260. Just on that alone, which one would you vote for? If you're thinking about, man, everything's gone up, except for my wages. Food has gone up, gas has gone up, heat's gone up, lights gone up, rent's gone up, but my money hasn't. Trump would give you $870 more. Ms. Harris will give you $2,260 more. If you're going on your money and your tummy, what would you pick? So household income for $138,095 per year, if you're making that much, $138,000, you're making that much. Under Trump, if you're making $138,000, he will give you $3,970 more on average. Doesn't sound too bad. Now listen to this now. He'll give you $3,970. That's for the people making 138,000. So under Harris, you're thinking it's got to be more because she gave us more for 48,000. So if you're making 138,000 and Trump gives you 3,970,000, Harris only gives you 2,870,000. That's almost $100 less than what Trump would give you. And then under the other household income, 48,000, that's only $200 more. So for making 48,000 household to making 138,000, which is almost 100,000 extra, under Harris's platform, there's only $200 difference that you would make and get back. That's crazy. But under Trump's, from 870, if you're making 48,000, to 3970 if you're making 138,000, you get on average 3,000 more. So if again you're thinking about money, who would you want to vote for? Interesting. I'm just keeping it simple, keeping it real, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. It is our watch party. It is our watch party. And we have, as I do the countdown, almost 40 minutes. So what are we going to do with the 40 minutes? Well, we're still going to talk. But before we talk, I want you to see some things. This is taking place outside of Philadelphia. When we were doing a Democratic convention, we saw certain things. And I have to be honest, I like doing things with Parker Twist while they're doing this. And we're trying to find out, of course, let's not forget about what's happening in the real world. This is taking place outside the debate. Let's check it out. Protesters, Gaza, Hamas war.
Move, cops, get out the way! We know you're Israeli drones!
So again, this is a live protest held in Philadelphia, and this is around the time that Trump and Harris are about to debate. So you figure, we don't know how far this is from the debate, usually happen blocks away, but you figure, who's going to address this? How is this war going to end? We just saw not too long ago about some of the hostages being killed. Donald Trump says if he could get in office, he would end it just like that. Whoa, there we go. He would end it just like that. What's Miss Harris saying? You know what? Let's go back, give you a little history lesson. Back in, I think, 1979, Jimmy Carter was president. When he was president, his last year in office, he was in the middle of Iranian war. They had American hostages and just hostages, period. And he couldn't get these hostages back. So his last year was so depressing that he literally stayed in the White House. You didn't really hear from him. He was running against Ronald Reagan. And he tried for months to get these hostages out while he was also running for president for re-election. And he couldn't get them out. So Ronald Reagan won. And the day of the inaugural was when those hostages were released. Jimmy Carter's last year was pretty bad. Now he's remembered as a statesman. He just celebrated, I think, his 100th anniversary, year. He's 100 years old. And it makes you think of Biden. You don't see Biden. When you do see Biden, he's not really doing much. You got these hostages. Secretary of Defense had said, you know what, we're getting closer to getting them released. But then people on the other side said, no, we're not getting close. Biden said he's going to get these hostages home. As you know, some were recently killed. What is it going to take for this war to end? Is Ms. Harris and Biden going to end it? Some people have said, supposedly a news source reported this, that Donald Trump was trying to make a deal with some of the people involved in this war to just hold off releasing them. Because if you release them now, then Harris may win. But if you wait, I may have a better deal and then release them maybe on the first day. Now, is this impossible? Is this a conspiracy? I can tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Mark my words, like I said. I've been doing this political thing for a while. And give you a little more history on me. They broadcasted for many years in mainstream, did investigative stories, then got out of that and started helping people with disabilities for a while, raised my kids, single father, raised my kids, African American man, represented myself in court and got total custody of my kids. And I became an advocate for people, all people. In the communities where I've lived, I've helped people. Sometimes you take hits for helping people. People sometimes don't like if you don't have that title to be out there. I say anybody can help anybody, but it takes a title sometimes to get things done. Because when you're in office, bam, if you don't like that rule, you can change it. Sometimes I'm telling you, you don't need the power of the people. You do these behind door deals and you change things. That's good and bad. Is there an honest politician out here? Some people say when you become a politician, you change. I've met a lot of them before they were politicians and they've changed. But if you have God on your side, you're going to be that godly person. One of my favorite people was John Lewis. To the day that he died, he was in a hospital, still trying to pass laws. If I had to model myself after somebody, it would be him. So, got out of mainstream, took care of people with disabilities, advocate, and then started getting back into multimedia, but streaming. Started doing this YouTube channel. I've got shows, some have aired, some haven't, where I've interviewed people running for office. Dr. Cornel West, I've done some shows with him and also his wife, and kind of, put it out there. Well, you know what? What happened to Bernie Sanders? Why didn't he support you? And I said, I hear you on interview saying that's your boy. I said, well, your boy doesn't dog you like that. And I said, even if he's still your friend, doesn't it hurt a little bit? And he admitted to me on my show that it did. And that's all that I wanted. I had this guy on my show, David Girl. He wrote a book about Barack Obama. And it was re-released. And this was the time when everybody was talking about how Barack may be possibly gay. Whether you like him or not, that's the story out there. So the guy wrote the book, and it got re-released, so he became popular again, got on all these shows, and I had him on my show. And we did a couple parts, and we examined if Barack Obama was gay. And you have to, go on my site and look up that show. And then we also investigated the life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and told a story about if somebody has a tarnished legend, do you print the legend or do you print the truth? And he printed the truth and told a story about Dr. King, how he was, I hate to say this to people, but was a womanizer and just did a bunch of bad things. And it's a sad story, but it's a story we have to face. And the guy, David Garrow, he caught a lot of flack on that story. But it was a good interview. You have to check out our site for that. And then we interviewed a guy about freedom of speech, where he has a newspaper, and the FBI raided his paper, took all of his equipment. There was a tip. He raided his mom's house, or FBI raided the mom's house, and that next day she died. And then the FBI said, well, we apologize. Heart-wrenching story, but a good story. Our first show that we did, we investigated 27 missing kids in Cleveland, Ohio. and we did a couple part story on that. That was our very first show. So we do all kind of stories, you name it. We talk sports, we talk entertainment, we talk politics, we talk about life. We don't just keep it simple, we don't just keep it real, we keep it honest. And like I said, keeping it honest is sometimes telling the truth that people just don't want to hear. But when you're watching our show, we're gonna let you know.
We want all of it. We don't want no Tuesday. We want all of it. From New York to Philly. Mobilize the Intifada. From New York to Philly. Mobilize the Intifada. From New York to Philly. Mobilize the Intifada. 100,000 people dead. 100,000 people dead. Kamala, your hands are red. Kamala, your hands are red. 100,000 people dead. 100,000 people dead. Kamala, your hands are red. Kamala, your hands are red. 100,000 people dead.
So I guess they are not Kamala fans. But I want you guys to see what's happening in the real world. College campuses are still protesting certain things. Are kids today more into politics than when we were kids? I don't think so. So I want you guys to watch this. Hopefully, young people watching this too. The debate's going to be hopefully incredible. It's an hour and a half. It'd be good to have the first black lady, but is she the first black lady that's right for this particular job? Or you better off with Kamala, or better off with Trump? That's the thing. And the polls are kind of even. The one thing I didn't like about Miss Harris was that she did an interview, took her a minute. Okay, she did that interview. It wasn't really a good interview. I wasn't impressed with that. And she didn't have a website up. She had a website, but didn't talk about her policies. Well, Donald Trump was always talking about policies, whether you like it or not. So now, past couple of days, she finally has her website updated with her policies. But why did it take so long? She did it right before the debate. Okay. They said, you know what? Well, you kind of talked about it, but you don't have it outlined. So on her site, she has finally put her policies up. The page is titled A New Way Forward, and it details her economic and foreign policy agenda, as well as some other key issues. And it talks about Project 2025, which I say you guys have got to talk about. Minus yourself, you have to find out about this. I've done stories on it. Okay. So you go into this section on her economic vision, and she says that as president, she would aim to cut taxes for more than 100 million working and middle class Americans while lowering everyday costs. Now you wonder, how can she do that? That's kind of amazing. And if she's doing that, then why didn't she do that with Biden? So they say they will achieve that goal through restoring two tax cuts. The child tax credit expanded to provide a $6,000 cut to families with newborns. I think it was $1,000 before, and the earned income tax credit. And it also talked about her goal to provide first-time home buyers with up to $25,000 in down payment support, and more for first-generation homeowners as home owning increases. So you got the tax cuts, the earned income tax, $6,000 per child. You think of that, whoa, that's crazy. That's like a lot of stimulus checks. Okay. I know you may say something for that. And a down payment of $25,000. Now, right then and there, that makes me think, okay, she's for the people. So, you know how Biden talks about what we did with insulin, we lowered it to so and so. Maybe I should freeze or do something while I'm doing that or whatever. I don't know. But building on his economic goals, the page said Harris would extend the $35 cap on insulin prices and a $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket spending. And I can tell you now, looking for medicine, I thank God that, you know, I'm doing pretty good in that. But I feel sorry for people that aren't. So what is Trump's proposal for that? I don't know. And then she talks about on her page his Trump's sweeping proposals on taxing imported goods and alleges his economic plans would trigger a recession. It would slash jobs and would increase the debt by over $5 trillion. Wow. So we know Trump's going to talk about this today. Immigration. What do you think about that? Are too many people coming over the border? Should we build a wall? So she reiterated that she'd revive the border legislation that failed to move through Congress earlier this year and sign it into law on day one. Because you can do that. You can do anything on day one. For anybody in college watching, you can cut the debts day one. Sign that pen. Okay? You could increase minimum wage across the country. Sign that pen. Roe versus Wade, reverse it. Sign that pen. You can do that. So the vice president knows that our immigration system is broken and needs reform that includes strong border security and an earned pathway to citizenship. But that's kind of like what Trump said. Is she a flip-flopper? We don't know. So on foreign policy, her page says she is working with President Biden around the clock to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done in the Israel-Hamas war. Okay, so in answer to that, all we got to do, really, she's trying to seek a ceasefire. All we got to do is go to this.
No peace on stolen land. No peace on stolen land. Justice is our demand. Justice is our demand. No peace on stolen land. No peace on stolen land.
And my question is, how's that look? You're keeping it honest. You got people there protesting, okay? People protesting. That's what they're doing. We can look, we can see. Protesters. If you never saw protesters, that's what they look like. And the website, it labels Trump as a threat to our fundamental rights and freedoms. So that's interesting because they can't say she doesn't have policies up there, but it's so ironic how she kind of put them up there right before the election. I'm just keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker. So you're thinking, what should Harris focus on tonight? And there are three things I'm going to give you. Should she focus on the economy? Should she focus on Trump's threat to democracy? Should she focus on abortion rights? Or should she focus on countering Trump's personal attacks? Me, myself, we shouldn't have personal attacks. Okay, who cares if his ear is bigger than another ear and she giggles? What do you do for us? That's all we want to know. So again, what should Harris focus on tonight? The economy, Trump's threats to democracy, abortion rights, or countering Trump's personal attacks? In the poll, this was done by Don Lemon, one of my people I like. He was on CNN, now he's got his own show, and he's doing really good, so congrats, Don Lemon. He has a new book out and it's about God and faith in politics and his marriage. You know, he's gay, I think. I don't know if you know this or not, but his marriage. So he opens up and talks about how all that happened to him and also CNN and how it affected him, but also how he loves his mom. So check out So what should Harris focus on today? So I'm gonna go by the top four from 4 to 1. Counting Trump's personal tax, that's 4%. Yeah, like really, who cares? Abortion rights. I'm surprised it's so low. 9%. Wow. Trump's threats to democracy is 42%. I thought abortion rights would be bigger, maybe that 42%, because is he going to get the women's vote or is she going to get the women's vote? And the number one that Harris should focus on tonight is the economy, 45%. So which ones do you think? I think I would have took off the personal tax. I think, now which one's more important, abortion rights, Trump's threat to democracy, or the economy? I think right now it's the economy, because if you don't have money coming in, as money is going out, then everything is bad. So between Trump's threats to democracy and abortion rights, everybody should have the right. It's their own body. That's what I believe. Government, states should not determine how you do your body, whether it's a man or a woman. I think I would put abortion rights second, and then Trump's threats to democracy would be third. Because if you're picking the economy, I don't know if you can pick Ms. Harris, because she's been with Biden. And in some ways, it's been the worst economy. But we're all fearful of, for some people, are threats to democracy with Donald Trump. But then you have abortion rights. And I don't know which one. The economy, Trump's threats to democracy, or abortion rights. If you're going to people, it's got to be economy first, because that's everybody. Abortion rights second, because that's mostly women. And then Trump's threats to democracy, which would be everyone. But if you do the economy and abortion, I think you don't have to worry about Donald Trump's threats to democracy. What do you think? We're just keeping it honest, keeping it simple, keeping it real, and keeping it honest. We have the debate coming up real soon. But again, I've got to show you. And you've got to know, and you've got to realize what's happening outside. Because I'm curious when they're going to talk about the Gaza situation. Is it going to be brought up sooner, or is it going to be brought up later? What do you think?
فلسطين عربية فلسطين عربية من المية للمية فلسطين عربية فلسطين عربية من المية للمية فلسطين عربية فلسطين عربية بالروح بالدم نفديك يا غزة بالروح بالدم نفديك يا غزة بالروح بالدم نفديك يا غزة.
I translate what they're saying. Only thing I do know is that they're protesting. Questions, comments? Email me, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. We have our Instagram page up. I don't know the address right now. So I'm going to, you know what? While I got you here, I'm going to see if I can find it. This is live. Used to be live television, but now it's live streaming. So I'm going to see if I can find it right here. Don't know if I can or not, so have patience with me. Let me know, who do you think is going to win? Oh, here we go. Who's going to win this debate? So my Instagram handle is Anthony Alexander SR8. Anthony Alexander SR8. Be one of the ones that leave me a message, and you might get something for that. Instagram, we're going to start putting our Instagram stuff up here too, so you'll know everything about us and what we do. And hold on one second. Okay. We are doing everything here. So when you watch our show, you'll say, wow, he's a one-man show. So most of my information is right here. Keeping it honest with Anthony Parker. Got my phone number. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to share. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll have my Instagram number up there or my handle up there. But again, it is Anthony Alexander SR8. Anthony Alexander SR8. So we have a couple more minutes left before this debate. And we're going to see if we can find some other stuff that's happening before the debate comes on, because we want to see what other channels are talking about. And we're going to go to this one page, which I think is interesting. You want to know how other people are thinking about this debate in Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is a big, big state. If I'm correct, they have 19 electoral votes, one of the biggest in the country. And so they want to make sure that they get all of their people involved. So we're going to go to them and let's see what they talk about.
Are two of the best political reporters in Pennsylvania, John Delano, political editor at CBS Pittsburgh station, and Natasha Brown, our political anchor at our CBS Philadelphia station. Natasha, let's start with you. You just heard from some of the voters right there in Bucks County. Talk about how important these Philadelphia suburbs are.
Oh, they are extremely important, Nora. Good evening to you. And the city of Philadelphia certainly is extremely important as well. If you'll recall, back in 2020, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won the city of Philadelphia with 81% of the vote over their competitor, Donald Trump, at the time. So this is an extremely important city. The suburbs are important as well. Democrats need to hold on to voter registrations, hold on to their support there in areas like Bucks County, which is about an hour and 15 minutes away from the city of Philadelphia.
And it's interesting because in 2020, Biden won Philadelphia, but in 2016, Trump won Philadelphia. So the thing is, how many points that they win by? So this is kind of like the tiebreaker coming up.
So every vote is going to matter in this case, and voter turnout is also going to be very important as well. In 2020, it was some of the highest voter turnout since 1984 in the city of Philadelphia. Wow. So Kamala Harris is going to need that kind of energy, that kind of support, that kind of voter turnout here in this area in this election.
So it's interesting because you wonder, how was Biden going to do? Since Harris is in and took his place, is it an easier chance that she may win?
Natasha, you've heard us talk about Pennsylvania as such a huge electoral prize, a must-win states for these candidates. What are the issues you hear are important?
And when they say these issues, let me know if these are some of your issues too.
You know, I think it's the issues that are important to most Americans at this point. I mean, it's the economy, it's inflation, it's reproductive rights, it's crime in urban areas like the city of Philadelphia and some of the outlying areas. All of those are going to be issues that are on the ballot in this election. They will certainly.
So remember, I also said the economy was 45%. So I guess that's what's on most people's mind.
Come up in the debate tonight, and folks are going to be listening to see where these candidates stand on these issues. It's going to make all the difference, and in a race that is already turning out to be very, very close at this point with only 56 days to go. Every vote counts. They need to be traversing this state from the southeastern part of the state here where we are in Philadelphia to central Pennsylvania, the Harrisburg area, and also the western part of the state, Pittsburgh area as well. So they're going to need all of these votes in all of these areas of the state of Pennsylvania to matter, and all of these voters to come out.
Natasha, thank you. John, how do you see things right now in the state of Pennsylvania?
What about Trump? Well, thank you, Nora. First of all, it's great to be with you and that awesome political team you have around you. There's no question that Pennsylvania is key, and Western Pennsylvania is going to play a very important role in all of this. You know, it wasn't that many years ago when Western Pennsylvania, particularly the counties that surround Allegheny County, greater Pittsburgh, voted Democratic for president. When Al Gore ran in 2000, 6 of the 10 counties out here voted Democratic.
And look at this now on this picture. Pennsylvania resident or president, 50% Harris, 50% Trump. So this one in Pennsylvania is neck and neck.
And in recent elections, it's down to one county, Allegheny, which is the Pittsburgh County, is the only county voting Democratic. So for Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump, the votes out here are absolutely essential. And winning those votes requires them to spend time here. We just saw that the vice president spent the weekend here in debate preparation. That made perfect sense because it connected her to this region. But she's going to have to come back and go to the outlying counties, not to the city. Hillary Clinton made that mistake in 2016. She only went to Pittsburgh, and she lost the state of Pennsylvania. 6 million votes cast, but she lost by 40,000 votes. That's all. She could have gotten those 40,000 votes had she campaigned in the outlying counties of Pennsylvania. And I will just add that I had a conversation with Mike Whatley, the chairman of the Republican National Party, yesterday, who said that when it comes to Pennsylvania, Donald Trump wins it or loses it right here in Western Pennsylvania. Nora?
Wow. So we're watching this debate tonight. And while we're watching it, Pennsylvanians are going to be watching this and they're going to decide. I mean, you know, it's so late. We have 2 months left to the election. Most people probably already know who they want, whether it was Biden or Trump. And Biden dropped out and Kamala came. So is she bringing an influx of new voters, maybe African-American voters, maybe African-American women voters, maybe African-American men voters? Some black men don't like Ms. Harris because she was all about law. And a lot of men went to jail when she was prosecuted. So they said, you know, she's hard on crime, she's hard on black men. So, but there's also a lot of black men that are going to Trump. But then there's also a lot of schools and sororities that are going to Harris. And then there's a lot of people that, well, probably weren't going to vote at all, that may vote because they see Harris and she may be the first African-American lady only 8 years after the first African-American man. Who would have thought that would even happen, the possibilities of that even have an opportunity to take place? So it's amazing. So this election, I keep telling you people, it's way more important than what you think.
It's an excellent point. And so, John, have you seen any signs that the Democratic campaign, whether it's Kamala Harris or her vice presidential nominee, are going to go to any of those counties that you talked about, those collar counties?
Well, yes, they've learned the lesson of Hillary Clinton, and they have been out here. The vice presidential candidate, Governor Walz, was down in Fayette County, once a Democratic stronghold, now votes Republican. He was also up in Erie as well. Kamala Harris was out here just before the convention with a little bus tour in which she went to Beaver County and really locating herself in areas that are traditionally Republican nowadays. But it's the margins. You got to win a few of those votes in order to win Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is important, but let's not forget this Midwestern part of Pennsylvania. Nora?
John Delano, thank you so much for your expert political advice and analysis. Thank you. Coming up, let's talk about the economy, how the candidates compare when it comes to your hard-earned money.
And that's what's going to be interesting. When it comes to your hard money, what do you think? Is the economy, again, the #1 issue? Watch it, keeping it simple. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we're getting closer to the debate, people. So these are the stakes. These are big stakes coming up. So nearly a month ago, people saw the trajectory. A little over a month ago, they thought it was going to be Biden and Trump, and it wasn't. Okay? So Harris came in. She had the Democratic convention. Everybody thought she'd have a crazy bump. She hasn't. but she's gotten closer to Trump. People thought she was going to really, really overtake him, but she hasn't. And it's crazy because Donald Trump, he got shot not too long ago. Okay, so it's still close. So though Trump had a 2-point lead in a poll, she maintains a national lead of between 1 and 3 percentage points on average. Wow. It's interesting. Harris's national lead is slightly closer to Hillary's, insufficient, they called it, 2-point popular vote victory in 2016 than Biden's 4-point win in 2020. Remember, she had the popular vote, but she didn't have the electoral, and that's how Trump won. In the battleground states, it's pretty close, as we said before. Her largest lead is in Wisconsin, 2.7 points, while Trump's biggest lead is in Arizona, 2.1 points. So why haven't either one of them broken past? It's interesting. We've known Harris for at least 3 years, but have we really known her? We've only got to know her in the past month and a half. But even then, do we still know her? So on average, about as many voters have a favorable opinion of Harris as view her unfavorable. Far from overwhelming popularity, but not too bad. So 50% have a favorable opinion of her, 50% don't. So Trump's, his favorable opinion of his opinion stands at 44%. So she's got about 50. He's got 40. So she's winning in that. I thought that was interesting. So what's at stake? Is it more Trump or is it more Ms. Harris? So people got to get to know who she is. Maybe they'll get to know through this. I still wish they had the mics on and they could talk against each other. That's what a debate is. Not a polite. And I'm against fracking. Okay, well, you're against fracking, but I want to say something, but I can't interrupt you. So I got to wait till you finish. Okay, is that a debate? I don't know. That's just like a polite conversation. All right. So people, as far as them knowing anything about her, 71% say they think they know everything they need to know. 71%. That means her numbers could get up if she puts something out there. And Trump's is 90%. So, you know, everybody kind of knows Trump. He was president and everything. Okay. So now when the election almost didn't have the most people ever vote, because you had high levels of third party voting. You had Kennedy, you had Jill Stein, you had Cornel West. Now it's quieted down. So some polls say since Kennedy ended his campaign and decided to endorse Trump, that where are those voters going to now? Of the 10 polls that currently comprise the average, only 3 included Kennedy on those polls. That means it's just Harris and Trump. So it is kind of like said, okay, forget third party people, which I think a lot of people like. You have Libertarian too. So Libertarian, Chase Oliver, he earned 2% of the vote, and Green Party nominee Jill Stein had 1%, but neither Kennedy nor Cornel West was included as an option. And fewer than 1% of likely voters volunteered each name. So, Dr. West, why are you running? There was a chance when Kennedy was running that he was going to make the stage for the debates. He needed to earn 15% in 4 qualifying polls. Hard, but not impossible. He earned 3 qualifying polls, but he failed to meet the ballot access criteria for that matchup. So, enthusiasm. Are more Republicans enthused or more Democrats enthused? 63%, neck and neck, are enthused as far as how they feel. about each candidate. Wow. So who's best to handle the economy? Trump, 52%, Harris, 40%. Okay. And so the biggest thing, the country, right direction. 25% thought it was in the right direction, 65% wrong direction. Not too long ago, 65%, well, 63% wrong direction, 27% right direction. Wow. Are we really looking for a change? Or are we looking for the same thing? Is voting for Harris a same thing change? Or is voting for Trump a change, same thing? Something to think about. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we are coming up real soon to the debate. So stay tuned for it. Like I said, we're going to sit back, we're going to watch it together, see what happens from there. And hopefully, will you have your mind made up after this debate? Let me know. So now we are going to find out where it's at so we can join it, be a part of the family, and sit back, drink your tea, drink your coffee, whatever it is you're drinking, and enjoy the debate, which is coming up real soon. I am very excited. Let me know if you are. Who's going to do the best on the debate? Who do you feel? An irritating noise. Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, as we watch the debate, the ABC debate with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And it will be starting up in a couple of seconds. Text me, email me. I'll be putting together, hopefully, my Instagram handle so you can see how to reach me. Who do you think is going to win? We'll be talking after it. This may be the first and last time that these two will be debating. Remember, tell your friends, it gets no better than this. You were at the watch party, and it looks like they're starting a little bit late. Well, it's 9 o'clock now, so it should be starting in a couple seconds. I've got my tea, and here it comes.
The cost of living has become...
In a second. Yes, we got to have commercials. Really? All right, here it comes. Well, I guess not. That's what happens when you deal with primetime TV, as I see. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now. Which one's better streaming? Or regular TV? We're waiting for it to come up. So as we wait, let's get our drinks together.
Against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
All right, let's go.
Good evening. I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
And here we go. Good luck to both candidates. Let me know if anything changes. First,
Kamala Harris.
Ever met.
Let's have a good debate.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Have fun, he says.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic, and the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences. Like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The vice president brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane, almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the...
So before he says that, you're watching Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker. So I think President Trump and Ms. Harris on this abortion issue will be one of the deciding factors of who's going to win this, because Trump has seemed like he was a flip-flopper.
Plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President.
So that's interesting what Lindsay just said. There's no state where it's legal to kill a baby after it's born. So he made those statements. And you saw Ms. Harris, she's ready to talk. So I think this abortion issue is going to be the game changer. I think one of the game changers for who's going to be the next president of the United States. Let's hear Lindsay.
President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means.
So before she says that, that's like in the old days with slavery, where you could be a slave in one state, but you could be free in another state. So a lot of those slaves in one state were trying to get to another state to be free. Is that how this is with this abortion thing, where you can't have an abortion in one state, so you have to go to another one?
A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree with the government, and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you.
So that's interesting right there. So if she is correct with the Project 2025 and Trump possibly doing a national abortion ban, you can't get an abortion if you were raped or if there was incest involved. The doctor would be scared to perform that. So what you saw right then was a very passionate Kamala Harris, but these are going to be video clips that they show, and you're going to be interested to see if a lot of people are going to vote for Kamala because of this. I'm just keeping it honest.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well, I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think you're speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs.
And that's like with slavery. I'm going to say it again. People who were slaves in one state would have to travel, sometimes in darkness of night, not like I was there, but I've heard about it, to get to another state where they can be free. So if you have abortion bans in different states and you're trying to get to another state, let's pray, if you're for abortions, that state is close to you. Donald Trump never really still answered the question, but this is Ms. Harris's road.
Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
So let's stick to the issues. We don't really care about his rallies. What can you do as far as immigration is concerned? And both of you guys are prone to get off the subject at hand.
And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
I have to find out if that's true or not. Eating animals when they come into the country. We'll still get back to the point. Immigration, Donald.
As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
Wow.
You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job, I fired him. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen.
And not taking up for Trump, they also didn't fire the FBI, CIA, or whatever that literally Trump was blessed he wasn't killed. Nobody was fired. One person resigned. So on that, he's right.
So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals.
Don't say
they allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear.
So again, what does that have to do with the immigration policy? We're naming names. We're trying to do a little pinch to each other. Don't you want to get to the issues, people?
Where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries.
But again, you've been in office 3 years, so why wasn't some of this addressed? or talk about how you've improved on that with Biden and how you want to go even better without Biden.
But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization.
So again, do we believe in conspiracies? Some are conspiracies, but then some are not. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, and it's our watch party, ABC News, Ms. Harris, Mr. Trump, debating.
Of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
we do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
And here we go. We get to see now what she's going to say. They call her the flip-flopper. Donald Trump said he's going to give her a Magna hat. Now we get to hear decide, why do you keep changing your opinions?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams.
Again, what does this have to do with fracking?
My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
That's a nice quote.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now,
Oh,
if you don't mind, please.
oh,
Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. He pretty much put a spin on that. I'm speaking. Wow. He didn't really have to do that. We'll see how that plays in the next couple of days.
She went out and raised money to get him out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said...
Okay, here we go. For people who are January 6th conspiracists, for people who feel that there was no insurrection, let's hear what Donald Trump is going to say about this right now. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
Thing that isn't covered peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
You might ask her that
you.
question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
So that's interesting. So he has no regrets. He feels that he was going to get some National Guards people, and Nancy Pelosi rejected that. But my question is, why would you get National Guardsmen? Would you get them because you know there's going to be a lot of people, or that there might be a problem? Keeping it honest.
Question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
Yes, he did say that, but he didn't cause that particular incident. People were talking about the January 6th insurrection. So let's talk about that.
Remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by.
I remember that.
So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking.
So we want to hear him answer that, because did Donald Trump say there was going to be a bloodbath? Let's find out.
Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C.
Okay, that's funny. So they've been on for a while, and he said she's been doing bad. I want to hear what he wants them to do.
And let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
I would love to see if that could really happen. So we got to find out. Can they sign a bill, like I say, about the pen to close the border? I can't wait till we start fact checking both of these candidates.
Immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that.
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that,
say that.
And I think I've heard him say that in a rally, that he came a little bit short in a rally. I think I heard him say that.
Sarcastically, you know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. Okay. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's
what we have to really find out too. Are they getting immigrants to become not even citizens, but to become voters in a Democratic Party? That's something to look at.
That's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm. Lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And
one thing I like about this guy, David Muir, he's on Donald Trump, and he's a journalist, and he's saying, hey, I didn't detect sarcasm. I didn't either when I saw it. Good job, David.
We should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it
and said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you.
I would love to see a debate between David Muir and Donald Trump. What's Lindsay Davis doing? Seems like, I mean, she's moderating. Maybe she's the assistant. I don't know, but come on, Lindsay, be Lindsay. I've seen you work good before. You're watching. Keep It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker, happening now. ABC News. Debate, presidential debate between Ms. Harris and Mr. Trump.
You, Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way,
That's pretty strong. I mean, that's not really name calling, but it's putting somebody down. Both of them put each other down. But how are you going to be running the country? Wow.
in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election. It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of Hariss. You got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes.
Wow. Name calling and facing reality. We don't know if that's true or not. But you can kind of tell they don't really like each other.
They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I
up.
think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostage.
Here we go. Israel-Hamas war. I'm writing some of this stuff down. We're going to see what their thing is. Because remember, I showed you protesters right outside. How are they going to deal with this? These two people inside.
Who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis.
And this will probably be an important point too, as far as who's going to vote for them for president, depending on what comes out of each other's mouth.
Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Ooh, boy, what do you think? What do you think? Wow. The presidential debate. That's what we've been watching. You've been watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump. I was trying to be quiet through parts of it, but then I was like, okay, I've got to interject. That's what makes me a little bit different. But then I go back and I continue with the debate. So what do you think so far? They talked the economy. They've talked abortion, which is really heated, immigration, fracking, January 6th, truth, and the Israel-Hamas war. What did you think about all that? Very interesting. After watching that, it's still hard to decide. If I was a newcomer and had to look at these two, I don't know. Just keeping it simple, keeping it real, keeping it honest. You have any questions or comments? Email me, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, and you can text me, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718, and I am trying to see. This is from Breeze Comics. I was way better off when Trump was president. Wow. Thank you, Breeze. Hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button, especially. So they're taking a break. And you know what? Maybe you might need to get some more something to drink. I don't know, maybe something to eat. I'm going to have to refill my drink. So I'll give you a couple minutes to do what you have to do. Well, not really a couple minutes, probably 1 minute. So whatever you got to do, you better hurry up and do it. Okay. Because we're going to come back to this debate and see what's happening. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we'll be right back after this. And welcome back again, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander of Keeping It Honest. We don't just keep it simple. We don't just keep it real. We keep it honest. And also, I'm supposed to be giving you my Instagram number or handle. And let me see. Where is it? I'm going to have to find it again. Oh, Anthony Alexander SR8. Anthony Alexander SR8. My Instagram handle. Don't worry, I'll have it on the screen for the next show we do. So you can contact me through Instagram. Yay, immediately. All right. And you'll be able to look at some of my posts and everything else. Tell your friends. Hit the like, hit the share, and hit the subscribe button. So we're going to go back to the rest of the debate. Should be coming up real soon. There we go.
To be the most watched newscast in America.
And this is David Muir. He's a well-known reporter on ABC News. He's the weeknight anchor. And these are the kind of stories he does. So I give him credit. He's done a great job asking questions. Lindsay's got to step it up. She really does. Let me know what you think of the debate so far. Here we go.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop.
This is interesting. Yeah, who does he want to win this war, and how does he stop it in one day? People have been saying that. He said he could end it in one day. Let's see what he says.
I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here.
Threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr.
that
President,
doesn't know he's alive.
Woo! President doesn't know he's alive. Some people's eyes. But again, where is our president? Let's see what Dave's got to say.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or
I like that. Yes or no?
no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Booyah. That is going to be a catchphrase on the clips. Watch it.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity.
And how did that work for you? And don't think I'm just coming down on Ms. Harris. They're in office right now, and some things have happened on their watch. So, of course, I have to ask those questions, just keeping it honest. But then I also ask questions of Trump.
And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know.
Well, that's one thing you don't say, Donald Trump. They may get you on that. Quiet, please. People don't like people shutting up a woman, really, period. You could have said, excuse me, I'm talking, instead of quiet, please. We'll see if that's going to come back to bite you.
Now, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump,
Wow. And she just said she went to kind of negotiate and then bam, it just went into war. But she's also a former prosecutor. So evidently she's done some things good. In Trump's eyes, she's not the worst president because she's not president, but in his eyes, she's surely the worst vice president. That's Donald Trump keeping it honest.
thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander in chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did.
So those 4 presidents might have been Obama, Bush, Clinton, and Bush. So 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. Let's hear what she has to say on that.
And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David.
I think I remember that. So do you invite people connected to terrorists to Camp David, which is a sacred place that presidents have done peace treaties at?
Because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo.
And do you remember that? I guess they were in a meeting and Trump produced a picture. I've seen this on other streaming shows and gave it to this guy. And the guy pretty much said, why do you have a picture of my house? And Donald Trump pretty much said, well, you know what? I know where you live. So if this continues, expect something. These guys have told this story, and I have to find that clip so I can show it to you guys. But pretty much Donald Trump strong-held the guy and said, look, you keep on messing with my country, I'm going to go to your house and do whatever I need to do.
It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, 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 and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal. And in my opinion,
and if you remember that withdrawal, there was a helicopter leaving, flying, and there were people who wanted to leave that were hanging on the plane as the plane was going up in the air. I don't know if you remember that or not, but check that out too.
The most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President
I don't know if that's true or not.
Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris.
Okay, here we go. Race and politics in this country. This should be interesting. I'm writing this down. Because, you know, Donald Trump said, I think she's black. She wants to be black now. Let's see if she addresses this. And I bet you she's going to say, never mind. So let's see.
This quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on
He's
this?
not going to answer it.
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us. And
so I wonder, what do Trump and Kamala Harris have in common? Let me know, people.
Especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings.
Here we go, the history of Donald Trump and race relations. Let's see if she talks about the Central Park Five.
And he was investigated because he refused to rent property to Black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park Five. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution.
And I have said that what I would like to see, I said this when the Democratic National Convention came on and the Central Park Five were there. If Trump wants to trump everything, if it would be me, I'd say, Donald, get back with the Central Park Five and do a public apology. Now, would that make people vote for him? I don't know, but it would put him out there in the news for at least trying. Would that be a political ploy? Hey, you know, a lot of people do things. Some people don't care, but they do it because it's political. If you want to shut people down, Donald, connect with the Central Park Five and apologize for what you said. I'm Anthony Parker Alexander, just keeping it honest.
This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that.
And remember, he did say that about Obama. But what happened? He still became president. Half the country wanted him, half the country didn't. So race and relations, it was divided then. The question is it still divided? Anthony Parker, keeping it honest.
Want better than this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
How many people say it like that? Okay, that's a long sentence. Maybe people just say, can we just make our wages higher? Better jobs, better health care, better child care. Can we just have that? I don't think they say it like she says it, but isn't that what everybody wants? Now I sound like a politician.
Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
Finally, Lindsay, you're talking.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty.
So is he still saying that they're guilty? Remember what I just said, get with the Central Park Five, or are you going to admit I was wrong? Let's listen in.
And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world.
But are you going to admit you were wrong with that if they were found innocent, Donald? That's what the question. Come on, David Muir. If they were found innocent, are you able to say, Donald Trump, I apologize for what I did?
And I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad. And she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Lindsay.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development.
Here's her platform.
I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers.
3 years into the Biden regime, and now you have a plan. Wasn't this Biden's plan? How much of it was, and how much of it is just your plan?
That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name calling. Let's turn the page.
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
Thank you,
what
Mr.
her plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I just need-
Okay, now they're disrespecting the moderators. Let's see how this goes.
We're going to move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Oh.
So here we go. Is there a plan to replace Obamacare? He's not in office yet, though. He may get in, he may not. But if he gets in, because he never liked Obamacare, so now he's accepting it, but now he wants to put another plan together that's better. So let's hear what he says.
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we...
He sounded so innocent. I've got process of a plan. I'm not president yet. At least he's being honest. That's probably one of the most honest things he said. Look at look at Miss Harris. She's kind of laughing. Oh, that's honest Donald Trump. I'm not president yet. I'm not going to give you all my plan. I still haven't done it, but I will accept the Obamacare right now, even though I hated it.
Come up with something. I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act,
Wow, so she's taking that a little bit personal because she went back to the fracking, and fracking was the number 4 topic, and right now we're at number 12. Wow, she didn't forget it.
understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan.
I remember when John McCain did do that a couple years back before he died.
And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf.
Talk about the insulin. I know you're probably going to talk about that. And the $35 and some of the other stuff that you normally talk about.
Half is you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
In terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of.
She made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years, but it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money, but she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President.
So climate change, how much important is that to a lot of people? Is it more important to the younger people than the older people? I think Lindsay might be right on that. So let's see what they have to say about climate change.
Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration.
Off topic again. Let's get back to the topic. We were talking about climate change. I had to remember.
And they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Ooh, boy. There you go. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker. And it's the debate that we are watching. What do you think so far? Do you have any questions, comments? Let me know what you think. As I'm talking to you, I'm over here doing some of my stuff here, multitasking, I guess you'd say. Trying to see where we're at here. There's a couple more minutes left. And I'm over here trying to fix my computer. We're going to see what has happened here in the last couple of minutes. Okay, there we go. Telephone number 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. You can, of course, text me, leave a voice message. Email address is parkerman2011@gmail.com, parkerman2011@gmail.com. We've had 13 questions in this debate. What have you thought about it? Who do you think has won this? If this is your first time seeing these two candidates, who would you vote for? I cannot wait until we do the fact checking for this debate. You have to give me a couple days on that, but we're going to look at this debate and see where everybody is at. How much of this stuff was true? How much of it was fake? Remember, like I said it before, and I've always said, don't believe everything that you see. Streaming, radio, internet, use everybody, okay? Use everybody as cliff notes, and then investigate yourself. So many things that you have seen have been interesting, giving you a lot of information. You just wait till the fact checking comes, okay? And then you hopefully can decide by that. We don't have a lot of time left for this election. So you're going to have to choose soon, if you have not, of who you want to be president. Again, if you had to see this, I'm over here trying to work this as I'm talking to you guys. Make sure I'm ready when they come back. Your first time watching these two. And this may be the only debate that these two do. I don't think you're going to see them do another debate. So you're really going to have to choose. So we're about to go back to the debate coming up in a couple seconds. And this is the last part of the debate. And then after that, we're going to talk a little bit. We're going to hop on some other streamings, and we're going to get their political analysts and hear what they have to say, which is really going to be interesting. How do you think Ms. Harris did for her first time? How do you think Donald Trump did? Should they have had the mics on? Boy, you know what? If they'd had the mics on, they really probably would have been going at it, which I think would have been kind of enjoyable. I don't know. I've enjoyed it a lot. Had my little drink. Hope you had something to drink. Hope you've enjoyed the watch party. We thank you for commenting. And will this debate be the tie that will get you guys going as far as, you know, who you're going to vote for next? Because whoever you vote for, it's going to change the world. It's going to change your life. It's going to change the economy, good or bad. I don't know. So we're trying to make sure we get back to the debate. And let's see. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. We are about to get back to the debate. So let's be prepared. We have to wait for all the commercials. And here we go. Back to the last
Reporting
part.
from the floor of the Republican National Convention, I'm Rachel Scott. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
All right, thank you for that commercial. Here's the
Live
debate.
from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
The last part of the debate.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back.
We're not
And
going
I
back.
do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
So, what did you think of that? Wow. What did you think about that? Keeping it honest. Woo. All right. So they did 13 topics. The economy was one. Abortion was number 2. That was the most lively spirited. Immigration was 3. Fracking was 4. Oh, sorry about that. Economy was 1. Abortion was 2. Yeah. Immigration was 3. Fracking was 4. January 6th was 5. 6 was the truth. 7 was the Israel war in Gaza. 8 was war in Ukraine. 9, yeah, that's when she said, I'm the only person on this stage. She said that a couple of times. That really wasn't 9. 9 was Afghanistan. 11 was race and politics. Or 10 was race and politics. 11 was policy. And 12 was climate change. So if you saw this for the first time, what did you think? Keep it honest. Post's been on for an hour and a half, was on for 2 hours. You're watching Keep It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, our watch party. What did you think? So we've given kind of our story, but I said, you know what? I want to go back and have some of the analysts talk as we talk with them. So we're going to go back. And since it was on ABC, we're going to listen in and comment to the ABC analysts, keeping it honest. Let's hear what they thought.
I'm Martha Raddatz. It was a lively debate from the economy to abortion to Afghanistan. They had it all, and it was historic, John Carl, fiery. Wow.
Wow. Wow. That was quite a debate. And I'm Jonathan Carl here with, of course, Mary Bruce and Rachel Scott. Our reporters across the news division have been updating our live blog, looking at some of the allegations made back and forth, doing fact checks. You can find all of that on abcnews.com.
And we're going to be doing that, but not on this show. But let's listen in to see what they have.
But I would like to replay the moment at the very start of this debate, because it was quite a moment. The handshake. And if you look,
Harris. Let's have a good debate. Thank you.
I mean,
Welcome
quite a
to you,
moment.
Bill.
First of all, because we hadn't seen a handshake. We haven't seen a handshake in a long time.
She initiated that one.
And
Yeah, she did.
not only did she
immediately.
initiate it, she walked over to him and sought him out, put the hands out, and also made the first words.
And probably had a plan if he hadn't put his hand out either.
Interesting. So Martha, bottom line, what did you think?
I think clearly what Kamala Harris wanted to do was be the candidate of hope, the candidate of the future. Donald Trump seemed angry within 4 minutes. I think we saw him going from very serious at the beginning, never really seemed to look at her, to just angry. I mean, really yelling at some points, trying to make his points. I don't think we heard a lot of policy and plans on either side of that, despite those questions over and over again. But what you had was that optic. You had Kamala Harris looking over, baiting him again and again and again. The microphones were muted when they weren't speaking, but many times she didn't need a microphone. You watch Donald Trump get mad, scowl through things. And, you know, John, we were all talking leading up to this about how this would go, what Donald Trump you would see. I think he had a plan for talking about what he saw as a next term, but then he was talking about rumors about people eating their neighbors' pets. So it really devolved into that.
I mean, look, Kamala Harris didn't really explain some of the big questions that were out there about why she changed her policy views on so many things. Part of the reason is Donald Trump really was not effective in bringing the debate to her. I agree with you. I think that he looked not just angry, but also rattled. And in contrast, Harris, who again, much of the world doesn't know, Harris looked like she belonged on the stage, looked like she is somebody that could serve as president.
And real quick, I just want you to know, ABC News is more or less slanted, I think, for Harris, like most of the mainstream media. I'm just putting it out there. It could be wrong, but we're going to see, because we're going to have to try to find another streaming place too. But I want to hear this because it was on ABC, or what they thought about this debate. And it's interesting what they've said so far. Trump was rattled. She looked like she should be on this stage.
And that is certainly how the campaign is feeling tonight. I can tell you the Harris campaign feels very good. They feel they had a very strong night, that she was in command, that she did look presidential, and that she was able, they feel, to hold Donald Trump accountable for his actions. And of course, that was their goal going into this, that she would be able to put Donald Trump's record under a microscope. And they feel that the strongest example of that was that exchange on abortion, where she was able really to blame Donald Trump directly to his face. I mean, she said, what you are putting women through is unconscionable. Yes, she goaded him. She flat out trolled him many times, got him off message, but she also talked directly to voters, even inviting them to a Trump rally to underscore that central argument in her campaign that she says he's only out for himself, that she argues she's out for the American people.
Rachel?
Yeah, well, look, the Trump campaign is going to be seizing on the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris did not do a great job today really explaining her policy shifts, right? And that is what they have been seizing on. They're really trying to define her for voters when voters have a lot of questions about her policy positions. At the same time, though, almost every single thing that Vice President Kamala Harris said tonight got under Trump's skin. And that is exactly what his allies and his advisors did not want to see. I can tell you, I do not think that part of Donald Trump's debate prep was people eating dogs in Springfield or comparing rally sizes. They wanted him to stay focused on the issues, especially the ones that he has an edge on: Harris, economy and immigration.
I mean, you want to get under Donald Trump's skin, you question the people at his rallies. And that was something else. Martha, you have?
I have with us right now Governor Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic vice
Wow.
presidential candidate.
He's happy.
Welcome, Governor Walz. How are you feeling? What's your reaction to the debate tonight?
Martha, I'm feeling great because what I knew, and I think so many knew, and now many Americans know, is you saw a president for all America in Kamala Harris. You saw the confidence, you saw the vision, you saw the poise, and you saw the compassion for people, understanding she spoke about an economy that moves us forward, moves all of us forward, lets everybody be a part of it. And she continued to lay that out, whether it's reproductive freedom or how we start small businesses or making home ownership easier. And on the other side, you saw a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump, angry, unhinged, and as you've been discussing, talking about things that are deeply concerning because they make no impact on the American public. He shouldn't be anywhere near the White House. And I have to tell you, if it weren't so dangerous, it reminds you of an old man yelling at the clouds. That was his thing. Get off my yard. That's what he did. Contrast that with the poise of Harris laying out the question for everything that matters. And so I think.
And that is not mine. That audio, that's ABC News. Come on.
He laid it out clearly. Donald Trump brought nothing tonight. Anger, resentment.
Governor Walz, I do want to ask you, she did not answer questions on abortion restrictions. She never really answered that question. Can you clear that up where the Harris-Walz ticket stands on that?
Certainly, and you couldn't get any different than this. The reinstitution of Roe versus Wade, what was the law of the land for 52 years. You saw this in there, and him pushing back to the states. She's exactly right. It's people like Amanda in Texas, which everybody saw on the stage in Chicago, nearly bleeding out, having sepsis twice because she can't get the care. She's been absolutely clear on this. Everything Donald Trump said that is untrue. The clarity of this is Roe. When you have Roe, you have the protections in place where women make their own decisions with their healthcare providers, not Donald Trump.
Okay, thanks so very much for joining us, Governor Walz. John?
And we have the other side of the ticket. We have Senator J.D. Vance, Donald Trump's running mate, joining us now. Senator.
Excuse me. So now it's going to hear the other side. How did you think Trump did for you?
Vance, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
So I want to get to one part in the debate where you came up. Donald Trump was asked if he would veto a national abortion ban. He didn't answer the question, suggested, I guess, that he wouldn't. And then it was pointed out that you, in fact, said not that long ago that he would veto a national abortion ban. Can you explain the mix-up here?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that he doesn't want a national abortion ban. I think in some ways he finds the question a little bit ridiculous because why are we asking him about legislation that's never going to actually happen and why he would veto it or not veto it when he says very explicitly that he doesn't support a national abortion ban and he wants these policies to be made by the states. But I think there's a deeper and more important issue here.
And again, when people say they talk about the issue, but then say, well, you know, there's another deeper. You're getting sidetracked, but let's see if he gets back to the question.
In this debate, which is that you had Kamala Harris effectively echoing platitude after platitude after platitude. The American people.
He's not answering the question.
Can't pay their grocery bills on platitudes. They can't put their kids in a house on platitudes. And Kamala Harris had a lot to say, but very little actual substance behind it for how she's going to lower grocery prices, secure the border, and make housing more affordable in this country. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She can't run on a record, and she apparently can't run on much of her plans either because it's just a lot of slogans and not a whole lot of substance.
But Senator Vance, why won't he just say that he would veto the national abortion ban? And by the way, had you spoken to him about it before you were put in a position to answer that question?
Ooh, that's a good question. Did you misspeak and not talk to him about it? And then why won't Trump just answer the question? Good questions, Jonathan Carl. You're going back to the person that I like, a journalist.
No, I hadn't spoken to him about it because, again, Donald Trump thinks the question is absurd because he doesn't support a national abortion ban, and he's been explicit about it. And, John, I think that it's so preposterous for the media to...
And he always is like a junior Trump, downs the media. Sometimes he's right with them not questioning Kamala and Biden, but then sometimes he's just rags the media too much.
Focus so much on an issue where Donald Trump has been crystal clear and not on the fact that people can't afford groceries and housing because of Kamala Harris's policies. This election is actually quite simple, and Kamala Harris and apparently the media would like to distract America.
I don't think they're trying to distract. Maybe they are, but they're also trying to get simple answers from both candidates.
On issues, by the way, that Donald Trump's been crystal clear about, but they're not talking nearly enough. This debate didn't talk nearly enough about the fact that Americans are struggling because they can't afford groceries, they can't afford housing, and a lot of their kids are dying of fentanyl overdoses because Kamala Harris has let the Mexican drug cartels take over the southern border. This is a disgrace,
Senator,
what's going on in our country, John, and we could do so much better if we just had better leadership. We've got the best workers, the most beautiful country, the best natural resources, but Kamala Harris's leadership
Jonathan wants to ask the question.
Is squandering the great benefits of this country. It's why we've got to get back to Donald Trump's leadership.
Senator, by the way, I asked because he hadn't been crystal clear and he said something different than what you said. That's why I was seeking clarification. But let me ask you about this for just very quickly. I heard Donald Trump before this debate describe Kamala Harris as, I'll just read a few of them, a low IQ individual, somebody who doesn't have the mental capacity to be president, really dumb, unable to put two sentences together. Is that what you saw on the stage tonight?
John, what I saw was a lot of slogans. I think the American people are smart, and Kamala Harris talks to them like they're children. She repeats these ridiculous platitudes where if you actually think about what she said, you realize that it doesn't make any sense. She talks a lot about her plans, but then her plans, when you analyze the substance, don't make any sense. And more importantly, John, the American people don't get fed on plans. She has been the vice president for 3.5 years. What she can't do, refuses to do, and has no ability to do is to say, I accomplished lower prices because she didn't, or I accomplished lower housing prices because she didn't, or I secured the southern border because she didn't do that.
And that's one thing he's right on. She didn't say what she's done and what she wants to continue to do. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, I'm just putting out the fact checks and things that neither one of them have done, from Trump to Ms. Harris.
That she has failed as vice president, and the fundamental question is, do we want to give her a promotion? I think the answer has to be no, John.
All right, Senator Vance, thank you for joining us. Mary.
One thing both sides can agree on, this was a consequential night in this race. More reaction when we come back. Stay with us.
All right. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we're in the middle of the analysts of the debate. Jonathan Carl, who I've always liked. He's really good. And he asked questions that some people kind of feel uncomfortable about. So speaking of feeling uncomfortable, there's this lady coming up. I am not a fan of hers. Her name is Donna Brazile. And here we go. We're going to be listening to her real soon. But right now, we're back. Here's ex-Governor Christie.
About the things that he should have been talking about. This is the difference between someone who's well prepared and someone who's unprepared. Whoever did debate prep for Donald Trump should be fired. He was not good tonight at all.
He ran against Donald Trump, and he literally hates Trump. I don't know if he wants Ms. Harris, but he can't stand Trump.
And what Harris did was what she had to do, which was to prove that she belonged on that stage. She has a voice that wants to try to unite the country. And Donald Trump spent more time talking about people eating pets, people at his rallies, and whether he had more or less than he did about the economy.
Well, I mean, I don't think he talked more of that than the other issues. He did try to talk some issues, but he did talk some crazy things.
And that is a huge fail tonight. I think what we're going to see is that Kamala Harris is now being seen by a lot of voters as a potential president. That's what she needed to accomplish tonight. Trump better get to work or he's going to lose this election.
Wow, that's interesting. So how many people watched this debate and thought this debate is going to change their votes?
Characteristically blunt assessment from Governor Chris Christie. Thank you, Governor. Mary?
All right, let's go to former DNC Chair Donna Brazile. So, Donna, you have certainly studied many a debate in your career.
and she just kisses up. First, she said Biden wasn't going to lead. Then she said we'll support Biden, and now she just kisses up to Kamala. Maybe um, um, because she was a former DNC president, Miss Donna Brazil. And then she also has these jokes that just aren't funny. She'll probably do one tonight.
How does this one compare?
I think it was one of the best debate performances I've ever seen in my life. And
Told you.
I've seen a lot, and I've helped a lot of people prepare for these big moments. She met the moment. She sees the opportunity to tell the American people what she would do during her 4 years. She commanded the issues, and she did not allow the former president to bait her. Instead, she led the way forward. She turned the page, and I think this race is about to get even more interesting now.
We will see if it moves the needle, Donna. Thank you.
All right, over to the other side now. Former RNC Chair Reince Priebus. All right, Reince, the Harris campaign says they want another debate. If you were advising the Trump campaign, would you tell them to do it?
Sure, I would tell them to do it. And the reason is like I said before, Donald.
So that's interesting. She wants another debate. Bring it on. Okay. This one was interesting. And the next one, that might be the one that can, really go to that person who might be potentially president. Because you don't just want one debate. This one was really good. So the next one, they'll be even more prepared. And who knows how it's going to go. Bring it on. Late breaking news. A possible second debate. Keeping it honest.
Donald Trump's numbers just don't move. I mean, the reality tonight, I know Donna's excited, but the truth is Kamala Harris didn't address the most important thing that the American people care about, which is the economy and the cost of living. She had no answers on immigration. She had no answers when she was asked about defunding the police. She had nothing to say about the families that were lost in Afghanistan, which was a true layup. She should have been fact-checked a lot more on some of the things she said in regard to this comment about a bloodbath, which was about the auto industry. So look, I think a lot of things were not said tonight that she needed to say in order to move the numbers. And I don't think Donald Trump's numbers move at all. They haven't moved at all for months.
I don't think his numbers will go down because most people already know they're going to vote for her. Her numbers may go up, but I don't think his numbers will go down. I don't think his numbers will go up either, though. So if anything, it might be advantage Ms. Harris in this debate, possibly number one. And these two, Donna Brazil and Ryan Priebus, so he worked for Trump, but he also was the Republican National Committee chairman, and she was the Democratic National Committee chairman. And I've seen these two on shows, and you talk about debates, these two should have a debate.
Reince Priebus, Donna Brazil, both thank you for your time.
All right. Well, I got to say, again, what a incredible debate, consequential debate, no doubt. I don't know how many votes will actually be moved. I don't know how many persuadable voters are actually out there. But Kamala Harris had a chance here to introduce herself to the country, to people who know who she is, but don't know where she stands. Now, you could debate how much she did in terms of the specifics of where she stands, but she stood up there, and I think it was very significant to hear Chris Christie say that she acted like she seemed like she belonged.
Exactly, and Chris was clearly impressed with that. But to your point, John, what matters is what the voters think. Kamala Harris was hurling things against Donald Trump, and he's been convicted, and January 6th and everything else she could throw at him. But in the end, right now, he is tied with Kamala Harris. Does this change anything? We've all seen debates where people are very proud of what they did. Hillary Clinton thought she won that debate, many debates in 2016, and she didn't win. So you have to be very careful, and it's very important to see what the voters think.
And look, the Harris campaign certainly thinks that they were, they put him on the defensive. They are going to keep getting out and making this message. She's going to be out there in those critical battlegrounds again later this week. They're so optimistic. They want that second debate. As Rachel said, the message from the campaign tonight, Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. They're looking for one in October. They say, is Donald Trump, ? One last goading of him.
Wow, that is something else.
That is something else. Okay. So I don't think he's going to turn down the debate because then he's going to come back and maybe be smarter. But how many people want to see a second debate? Raise your hand. Let me make sure I can see myself raise my hand. All right, I do. Keeping it simple, keeping it honest, keeping it real. Anthony Parker, ABC debate number one.
I did not predict that at the beginning. Rachel.
Bottom line, voters out there want a change. That's what the polls say. And both of these candidates really trying to present themselves as the agent of change. We will have to see in the polls who did the most effective job of doing that tonight.
We will see. All right, that is it for us here in Philadelphia. A night to remember for sure. Our race for the White House post-debate coverage continues on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, Hulu, and anywhere else you stream live news. And your local news is next.
All right, there you go. Is that interesting or not? Whew, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. So what did we get out of that? Well, what we got out of that, she commanded the stage. She felt like she belonged. Donald Trump talked about people eating dogs and cats and animals. Donald Trump said, Biden's the worst president. You're the worst vice president. She said he's a person that would destroy democracy. She talked about 2025, the project. He said, I have nothing to do with that. Sometimes they went over the issues, sometimes they didn't. She has a website. To go to her website, read some of her policies. He didn't really say a lot of policies. He said more of what he did that was good. She kind of said what she did that was good. That was with Biden. Did she separate herself? No, she didn't. Who looked better out of this? I think probably she did. I think she did. So if they have another 2 debates, she's ready now. I'm ready too. So are you? Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. So now, that was ABC News. Some of their people. So of course, they're going to kind of be prejudiced against, like I said, they're more Democratic, I think, than not. But let's go to this one site. And I like this site. This guy is called PBD Broadcast. And I think they're fair and balanced. We're going to find out because I'm curious exactly what he's going to say or what they're going to say about this debate. Let's tune in.
At this point, and she's saying that he's a disgrace and he's saying that she's destroying America, and the voters and the independents are going to basically determine what's
But it's
true.
been Trump against the world since he announced that he was going to go. And think about it, in 2020 they had a global pandemic that came from China that still has no accountability, and everybody had to vote from home, and Joe Biden did that overnight leap. Right now, this is what I'm worried about. This election is the 20, let's say what the number, the realistic number, 20 million people, Pat, and you said the stat when we had a debate with Candace and Chris Cuomo. How many of the states, 20 million people are going to be here. How many of the states that we have that you don't have to show photo ID or any proof of citizenship? 16? 16?
Amy, 10 seconds. They're coming back. 10 seconds.
I mean, they talk about vibes, joy, she's a candidate of joy. The vibe I'm getting is disingenuous. And we could go through every single point that she made and find where it was disingenuous and where she just used word salad to get out of the segment, basically.
Rob.
So this is interesting. I like doing takes on other stations, on other platforms. So that's what I'm trying to do now. Here we go. I'm trying to get on other ones to see what their viewpoints are. And I think, here we go, that some people are finished, which is good. So we're going back on this site. As soon as I get to the spot I'm supposed to be getting to, which I don't know where it's at yet. So doing live. Okay, there we go. Trying to get to the end of this almost. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we are trying to get to, let's see where we're at. The live part. Here we go. Let's see where we're at. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. As you can see, we put a lot of work into this. Let's see what they're talking about.
God bless everybody. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, we're talking about him going off the air as soon as we get on here. Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. You have any questions or comments, you can email yours truly. It's parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com. And we're trying to see if there's any other avenues out there that are doing live shows now, so we can piggyback off them. And let's see. Did you think it was going to go that long? It went 2 hours. Wow. I didn't think it was going to go that long, but it really did. Did it impress you? Did it surprise you? How did you feel about it? Are you going to literally go out there now and vote for Kamala? Or are you going to vote for Trump? What did you think was the most interesting part of this? I loved the abortion part. I thought that was really, really good. I thought it was really, really good. The immigration one, I didn't like. The voting, the race and politics, I liked. I thought that was good. The other parts that I saw, now we're going to go right here to the one show. I like this guy. He started off at CNN, and then he ended, and he has his own show. And we're going to go live right onto his show. If I can do it right, let me see. He's got a book out, Don Lemon. I've always liked him. He's interesting, to say the least. He has certain things that he says that I agree with, other things I may not. But I really like what he does. So
was very strong.
we're going to
with that.
piggyback.
I'm not Joe Biden. I have to remind you of that.
Well, I mean, you know, he's been confused for months about who he's running against. I mean, he keeps citing Joe Biden. He keeps citing Nancy Pelosi. He keeps citing Hillary Clinton. And
So I'm going to let you listen to this, watch this a little bit, and see who they are for. I think you can kind of tell. Don Lemon Show.
all of these people who he is not running against because he does not know how to run against a strong Black woman. He doesn't know how to talk to a strong Black woman. He doesn't know how to talk to America about a strong Black woman, because anything that he says is going to reinforce the racism. It's going to reinforce the misogyny. It is going to reinforce the bad traits that he needs to rid himself of to get that middle. I mean, this race is going to be won in, like, you know, the margin of error. And he is not talking to the margin of error. He is talking to his own base. And so, yeah, no, it was brilliant. And I mean, one of the things we haven't talked about was the face she was serving him during this entire debate. And it was amazing. I mean, I'm a Southerner. Obviously, I'm a Southerner. I sound like a Southerner. You know, we have a word for that. It's called bless your heart.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that
Mm-hmm.
because not everyone agrees with you.
That's always upsetting.
Frank Luntz is.
And that's good, Don. Get both sides of the story, because this one seems like it's just padded one way. Keeping it honest.
A pollster, as you know. And he says on content, he tweeted this: Harris is winning. Visually, she is hurting herself
Absolutely
because
not.
of the faces that she was making.
And remember, Hillary Clinton, after the debate, the last one with Donald Trump, thought she had it won. Look what happened there. So let's listen in about Ms. Harris's faces.
That's according to him.
Can I add on to that,
What
Don?
about,
Because
what about
like,
his faces,
Please, let's
Don?
get the women to
What
talk on this
about
one.
his faces? Because
Go ahead,
I mean, that's
Melanie.
what I'm saying, right, Mel? You know, like
You know,
and he couldn't even look at her, right?
yeah,
That's the
he-
most important thing.
right.
He is so
Right.
afraid to look at her and remember that she's a strong black woman that he kept his whole face there because he knew that he would melt like he did to Rachel Scott.
I don't know if it has anything with being a strong black woman. Maybe he just looked at her as maybe she was strong and he couldn't take it. I don't think because she was a strong black woman. I could be wrong, though.
terrified of strong black women, and it really showed, dude. Yeah.
And I just think she had command of that camera in a
Yes, she
way
did.
that she kept talking to the person sitting in their living room.
Yeah.
And that I think will resonate. And as she laid out a positive, forward-thinking, more joy than he was frowning, you know, making all these gestures, his eyes rolling all over the place. So you can say that, yeah, she made faces, but we were making them sitting in the living room. And so
I was gonna
what did he
say.
just say? What?
Yeah.
Because people aren't stupid. And yeah, he's talking to his base, but also he's losing folks who might not have made their mind. And he's scaring the hell out of folks who have made up their mind to make sure that, oh, I was just going to take myself. Oh, I'm making sure that my niece, my nephew, my child, I'm making sure that they show up at the polls, because this man is a frightening situation for this country. And
Also-
that was some of what I was getting just sitting in here watching it on my own phone. People were like, wait a minute. You know, like, yeah, she's winning, but oh my God, he's frightening.
Also
And so
from
that's
Frank
important.
Luntz. Frank Luntz says, if she wants to win, Harris needs to train her face not to respond. It feeds
Oh,
into
no.
a female stereotype, and more importantly, risks offending undecided voters.
So a female stereotype. Now, there's a white guy that wrote that talking about females and black females and the way that they look. That's a touchy situation right there. You know what I'm saying, Don?
I totally disagree with that. Like, wholeheartedly disagree with that. Her face was saying what America was thinking. And I think that, again, it made her relatable. Like, how do you sit there with a straight face and
right.
listen to the crap he was saying and just pretend like he's not saying it? I think that that made her relatable. Like I said, I mean, my face was doing the same thing.
You know who
So
didn't
I
have
thought-
a facial reaction when this happened? Joe Biden. Okay, and we all saw how great that ended up for him. Like, if someone's sitting next to you saying crazy shit, you have to indicate some kind of response to it. And I didn't think it was over the top. I didn't think it was out of control.
I didn't
I thought
either.
it was, you know, it was fine. But you know, you get analysis out of Frank. I mean, it's not that it's impossible to get good analysis from him, but I would say, you know, a lot of it is struggles. You know?
One more
And
thing I
let me
want to
tell you
play.
something else, Don. You asked Terrence about effects on that abortion question.
Yeah.
And David Plouffe tweeted out during the debate, I remember seeing this, that in the instant moment, they had a 40-point margin open up between Trump and Harris on that question. And he said it's one of the largest.
Cyber attacks on businesses are on the rise. Cyber criminals are using AI to accelerate and create even more sophisticated attacks that disrupt your email or your data. Don't let cyber attacks hold your organization hostage.
Get out of
You know,
that.
mother and father into that situation,
There you
right?
go.
And it was just so brilliantly executed. But I'm excited to see what the rest of the data says. But that's a good preliminary sign that we aren't crazy. It really was a good moment for her.
Okay, a
I wanted
couple
to go
things
back.
I want to get to. This is the vice president on crime in America. Here it is.
Thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I want to know what you guys think about that. But again, we have a lot of folks watching us, so I want to make sure that you like and subscribe to the channel and that you tell everyone, because we have great conversations. We actually beat some of the news networks on reporting the breaking news about Taylor Swift. But I thought this moment.
Okay, what happened with Taylor Swift? Breaking news. Let's hear it, Don, so I can say it. What is the breaking news?
Where she called him a criminal to his face.
Wow.
I thought that was a very significant moment. Rachel?
Not a fan, Taylor. We thought you were.
Rachel?
All I wanted was this. I wanted what she did tonight, and I just feel like a little kid that had a really ambitious wish list for Christmas. And damn, if they didn't come downstairs and Santa delivered it all on a platter, right? I mean, it's just so great that, and the way that she did it. You know, I had faith that she would have a strong debate. You don't get to be the California Attorney General, the senator from one of the most populous state in the country, unless you're very, very good. And people underestimate that because how presidential primaries marginalize, like you have to be really well known to even get any traction in a primary. So I knew people were underestimating her capabilities, and tonight she blew my expectations, and I had pretty strong ones.
It was the prosecutor versus the felon. I mean, you saw her skill set come out. And again, I mean, it was almost like, she was making a closing argument. I mean, she was prosecuting him while explaining to the American people, this is why we can't go back. And I love that line of hers. We can't go back is my battle cry. I mean, as a woman in this country, that is something that I hold on to. And I loved that she brought that back, that we don't have to go back and do a 1-6 again. Okay,
I don't know what happened just there. We're keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker, Alexander. And we have coming up, sorry about the technical problem. I want to get to this one now. Here we go. We're going to go to one of my favorite people. Who I really like. I've gotten some of her guests. Yes, I'm a guest, Robin. I've gotten some of her guests for my show since I've been on. So I thank you, Megan Kelly. She's a journalist. She was also an attorney. She keeps things, I think, fair and balanced sometimes. Let's hear what she has to say about this debate.
Very easy to look like you know what you're doing when both moderators are entirely on your side. Trump did the best he could under the circumstances, but it really was like three fighters in the ring pummeling one opponent, and Trump tried to take them all on. He did fine. He did as best as he could.
So this is the other side. She's not a fan of mainstream media. That's why she's on streaming. Let's listen in.
He was thrown a few times to the point where he was unnecessarily defensive, and he was getting angry, and so was I. Were you? This was a mistake to trust ABC News with this debate. The Republicans must learn from this mistake. The same way the Democrats never agree to do anything with moderators they don't entirely trust. This should be the last time the Republicans ever do this, because those two moderators tried to sink Donald Trump tonight. The numerous fact checks on what he said and none on what she said. None. I don't remember a single fact check of anything she said, and she lied repeatedly.
I can't wait till we start fact checking and find out who lied and who didn't. Keeping it honest. Megyn Kelly there.
She just got away with it. In the moderator's eyes, that was Donald Trump's job to fact check her. That's correct. Except you didn't employ that same tactic when it came to Trump. And you accused him of lying even when it was your opinion that he lied. When Trump tried to say that his comment that he lost 2020 by a whisker was him being sarcastic, David Muir actually injected saying, I didn't hear sarcasm. Who gives a shit what you heard?
Wow. I remember that part.
Who died and left you political analyst in chief? You're supposed to be the objective news anchor of World News Tonight. That's a comment you make to your significant other, David, not on the debate. It didn't sound like that to me. Shut up. That is inappropriate. It's not for you to make that call. Leave it up to Kamala Harris. Leave it up to people like me who will play the soundbite and let the audience decide. But you were out of line, and they did it to him over and over and over again. And the worst piece of all of this is the obvious tactic by ABC News, which was as follows. Mr. Trump, you said something incredibly controversial and terrible. Let me remind you of what it was. Do you have any regrets or thoughts on how terrible you were? Trump answers. Vice President Harris, how bad is Trump? And then she'd answer. It happened over and over again. That was the format. Mr. Trump, you're a piece of shit. Kamala Harris, isn't he a shit? Thank you. It was incredible. And then anything Trump said, fact check, fact check, fact check. And their fact checks were full of shit. I'm swearing even more than normal right now because I'm mad.
Yes,
I'm angry. I'm angry at them, at ABC, at my industry that I want nothing to do with. And I've never been happier to be outside and be able to say how I truly feel. And yes, even with some colorful words, because that's what the situation calls for. They're trying to steal this election. They're openly working to sink him. I think it was so bad, their bias against him and toward her, that it's going to backfire. I actually think the American public is going to see through this, and there's probably going to be some empathy for Trump. No fair-minded person could think anything other than that they were in the tank for him, and it was 3 against 1 on that stage tonight. Joining me to discuss it, Emily Jashinsky, DC correspondent for Unheard, and Rich Lowry, editor-in-chief of National Review. I've never seen anything like it, Rich.
So that's interesting so far. Do you think that the media was for Ms. Harris and that they were against Trump? So now we're on the other side. We saw Don, we saw ABC, now we're seeing Megyn.
I've never seen anything quite so biased at the presidential debate level.
Well, it continues a theme of this race, right? They've been completely in the tank for Kamala Harris, and the moderators on the debate stage were completely in the tank for Kamala Harris. And you knew where the night was going when we got the first fact check when Trump was talking about abortion and was talking about, he misspoke in this instance. He got it right later when he said the West Virginia governor, he meant the former Virginia governor, had talked about you can have abortions after birth, right? And he didn't say in any state has abortions after birth. He just said the governor had said this, which is a correct statement. And then he's fact checked by saying, well, Mr. Trump, there's no state in America that has abortion after 9 months. Actually, there are a few instances in Minnesota. He was correct about that as well. But this is the point. The fact check was incorrect, right? And this is why debate moderators shouldn't fact check. You know, the CNN moderators did not fact check, because what you think the fact is in that moment may be subjective, he may be wrong, and you're tilting the playing field. And certainly to fact check one candidate and never fact check the other. She did the Charlottesville lie, the both sides are fine people lie, no fact check. She did the bloodbath lie. He clearly didn't mean that, you know, that the country is going to be, there are going to be riots in the street if he's not elected. It was an economic statement, no fact check. So the moderators were a disgrace. It's one of the reasons Trump seemed on defensive a lot of the night. One was he took a lot of bait from Kamala Harris that he didn't need to. The other was the horrendous moderation.
Agree. He took bait he shouldn't have taken. He was defending himself on the pandemic. He was on his heels instead of going on offense and pivoting off of the bad point for him onto something that was more offensive. That was a tactical error by him. But I do want to just spend a minute on this fact check you just mentioned. Here it is. Here's the moment we're referring to where Lindsay Davis helpfully fact checked Trump on this abortion claim.
They have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Okay, that's not true. And maybe she can use the word kill. It's not like somebody's sticking a knife in the dead baby, in the live baby as it's dying, Emily. But you and I both know that in places like Minnesota and elsewhere, if you are trying to abort a baby in the 9th month or otherwise, and it's born instead of dying in the mother's womb, they will let that baby sit on the table and die. And Trump's claim, though Rich is right, he said at first West Virginia, later he corrected himself to Virginia. Their former governor, Ralph Northam, said this on camera, admitted to this. Here is the soundbite.
Boy, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. So,
wow.
I'll give you one other. Roger Severino, he's with the Heritage Foundation, tweeting out the following. Harris, and as it turns out, Lindsay Davis is dead wrong. Some babies do survive abortions and can be saved, but are denied life-saving treatment, including under Tim Walz's watch. Harris even voted against the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act to defend, that would have defended the lives of these babies, their right to live once born. Unconscionable. Trump didn't say any of that, okay? He tried. But the nerve of this moderator to inject herself into it without any of this.
Wow.
That's for you, Emily.
Here's what I find especially infuriating about that. She editorialized with all of the sanctimony in the world to say that word, to focus in on that word, quote, execute. I don't know if she knows any of the context that you just provided, which is all completely accurate and known to people who follow the news closely, unless you're in a total bubble and aren't doing your job, which is obviously the case here. But she chose to editorialize and say, it's not true. You can't execute. You can't kill babies. I mean, actually, it depends on whether or not you consider having a baby who could be cared for, born alive, and then left without care. If you don't consider that an execution, okay. But she is injecting here to quibble editorially, and she doesn't have a leg to stand on this particular issue. There are obvious moments where Kamala Harris could have been fact-checked just as any candidate could. I don't object to them fact-checking Donald Trump. I object to them fact-checking, as Rich said, period. We didn't, after that CNN debate about Biden, talk about the moderators for a lot of reasons, namely because of Biden, but we also really saw them sink into the background of that debate. It was the opposite in this case. They were constantly injecting themselves, constant fact checks. Didn't get a fact check on IVF, Project 2025, as Abigail Schreier pointed out. Nothing on Charlottesville, even when Snopes had fact-checked what Joe Biden was saying about Charlottesville that Kamala Harris repeated. Nothing on abortion, nothing on that bloodbath comment. They just let it all go and just went straight for Trump. It was all him, none her, nothing, not one fact check on Kamala Harris.
But Emily, what you point out gets to the insanity of it. If she was going to be strictly accurate in her fact check, she would have said, well, it's not technically an execution because you're not affirmatively killing the child. Instead, after the child's born, you're just giving the child comfort care and not the medical care that might be necessary to save him or her. That's an opinion, right? That's a debate answer. And so, but instead they do it under the guise of a fact check, which gives it this authority it doesn't deserve, that they're using that by the grace of them sitting there as moderators.
So how much of that were the moderators giving fact checks or also giving their opinions? Something to think about.
It's a total abuse of their role.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the same thing on Trump's attempt to claim that when he said on a podcast that he lost the 2020 election by a whisker, I said this on my show today, you guys. I said, if I were asking the questions tonight, I would ask him about that. And about the fact that he said on a podcast last week, he lost by a whisker. And you should bring that up. And that's fine to bring that up, which they did. And I was actually surprised by Trump's answer. I was being sarcastic. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know that he was being sarcastic in that answer either. I didn't detect the sarcasm myself. That's not appropriate as a fact check. David Muir, here's the moment.
Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
But
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it.
All right, we'll recut that with the actual response from David Muir, which was, I didn't detect any sarcasm. That's opinion. That's opinion, Emily. Yeah. And it is not up to the debate moderator to be saying, I don't quite believe you. That's what he's saying. I didn't believe your answer.
And that's pretty much what he did say. She's right on that.
Who gives a flying fig what David Muir thinks of Trump's answer?
And that's why these moderators getting into the business of live fact-checking debates is a farce. And in this case, it was so obviously a farce because not once did they attempt to do the same thing to Kamala Harris. And it was interesting because in the first half of the debate, Kamala Harris came out, she seemed maybe a little nervous. Donald Trump seemed like, he thought that she would be easier to debate than she actually was. And, he took the bait a couple of times from her. She baited him into talking about his rallies when he probably shouldn't have been litigating the size of his rallies. But then as the media fact checks started piling up, and as it became clearer and clearer that the editorial line from ABC News, from the leadership that is very close to Kamala Harris, as you point out, Megan, they said that there was an editorial firewall in this case, which was obviously not true. That bled all the way down into this debate, and that became increasingly obvious. And that's where Donald Trump picked up steam. He was, he I thought came across as a little overly defensive and angry in the first half of the debate. But as the media performance started to get more and more egregious, he actually really, really did start picking up steam. So even by their own objectives, they're too dumb. They're too dumb to actually fulfill their own their own objectives, which we all know is that they want to destroy Donald Trump, because this ends up helping him when it may not have been a good debate for him, period. Now the big conversation coming out of the Trump camp is going to be an entirely reasonable one about what a joke the media was. So the big loser here, and I mean bigger than Donald Trump in this case, is ABC News. Because now, I think all of the networks, to your point, Megan, might be losing access to debates from Republicans going forward. They should.
Wow.
They must. And just one final point on the fact check, the so-called fact check by this Lindsay Davis. Here, it's even more egregious and annoying when she's like, okay, there's no state in this union that allows a baby to be killed after being born. Or like if you do it, with the right body language, like, it's very hard to deal with this lying liar who lies all the time, but I will handle it because I work for ABC News. And meanwhile, she's the one lying. It's just so infuriating to watch, right? You can't, if Trump agrees to another debate on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, but maybe not CNN, because he did okay on the last one, he deserves what he gets. He deserves what he gets, because Team Kamala tonight, right now, Rich, is saying, let's have another debate. Is he up for it? She's up for it. Let's have another one. because now she's feeling good and she's been reminded that her little pets in the media will run cover for her. They're even better than her emotional support governor. She's got an emotional support team out there now in the form of Muir and Davis, and she would have the same thing if this were an NBC or a CBS debate as well. So Trump, I don't know what he'll do. Should he do another debate?
I think he should. I don't think this one went very well for him. I mean, he always seems vigorous, right, and vivid. He just has that presence that you can't fake, and that you see has naturally. And he made his points over and over again on the border, the economy, that she's been there for 3.5 years. But he was vague. He was repetitive. And I think, she was overly rehearsed. Obviously, she's extremely rehearsed, but she got her points across. And I think they're probably delighted with her performance tonight. As we said, a lot of help from the moderators. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Insta polls say that she won. I doubt it's decisive in the race, but they probably feel pretty good about what she did.
I have to tell you, I watched this seeing, yes, she scored some points. It was like watching a boxing match where you'd have to give her some technical points for landing points, articulating them. But I do not think she won the debate. I actually don't think so, because I think your average viewer at home understands it was 3 against 1 and would have a national sympathy for Donald Trump. Like,
I wonder if that's true. If the average person who saw that maybe ABC was going up against or bullying Donald Trump. How many people really saw that? I'm curious.
Nobody likes that. They don't like an unfair contest. And I also thought her ridiculous preening and facial expressions and tisking and harumphing over on screen right were a massive turnoff. And that all happened, especially in the first 20 minutes of the debate, when people are watching more than they are as the debate goes on. We actually pulled a bit of a montage of some of these faces, I think. Let's take a look. All right, so it's video. Look at her. The hand under the chin. Oh, gee, go on. Oh, do tell. Do tell. All right. It went on like this for a while.
Yeah, the Democrats haven't done very well.
The scowling. And here's the other thing, Rich. As it turns out, we'll just keep playing this, but as it turns out, she's the one who needed the mic muted. She's the one who kept trying to interrupt. She's the one who should be happy that they wound up muting it, because she was the interrupting cow, not Trump.
Yeah. So the Democrats have had some trouble with their on camera, not speaking moments. With Biden, it was the mouth just hanging agape, which wasn't a good look. And this was a terrible look. She got it under control a little later, but it was just awful at the beginning. And she repeatedly tried to interrupt, even though her mic wasn't on. And that led to a good Trump moment where he did the "I'm speaking, please." Does that sound familiar? Kind of needling her with.
I'm surprised nobody mentioned that too when he did say that. I thought that was going to be the high point that people would have called disrespectful for Trump, but nobody talked about that.
That line she used half a dozen times in the debate with Mike Pence.
But wait, I'm going to give you one more reason why I don't think she did well. And it was the personal insults, because I don't think American women, who they're all trying to get at home, are going to respond favorably to the repeated personal insults she hurled at him in virtually every answer. She was small and she was petty, and he didn't respond. He didn't take much bait. Maybe here or there he dropped a word, but she was like a dog with a bone in her trying to attack him personally. It was unseemly. Here's a few examples.
World leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. It is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. Why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
It went on. We could have pulled more. And I wonder, again, on points, I don't know that Trump would win this debate, but on style, Emily, I think she was a massive turnoff.
That's interesting because
Yeah, well, on style, I'll say she won. On points, maybe I'll say Trump won. So maybe 50-50.
there were also a couple of moments where she, the race question in particular, where they asked Donald Trump why he said that she used to be Indian and now she's black. And then they turned the question to Kamala Harris. And like we saw her do in the Dana Bash interview, I thought she did a good job of not getting into the identity politics trap. I thought there were a couple of moments where she was clearly scripted in the right direction, but on the dictator one, Democrats think that is very much like a dog with a bone. And I think average Americans watch that and they're like, what are you talking about? What we want, historically, what we've seen happen successfully is for our leaders to actually cut deals and to actually engage with, talking about how you're so cool because you just ignore people who can stop wars no matter how bad they are. I just think that is a really dumb line of attack, and it's clearly one that they love and that they think is brilliant. And so I thought she looked pretty silly in that particular exchange, especially because, to your point, Megan, she was really on that one wound up. She felt like this was a slam dunk and it was not even a layup.
That on that question you mentioned in your answer about the racial identity, Trump pointing out, when did she become black? I mean, this was a thing online for some members of the black community. They've been speaking out about it, saying we're the ones who raised this. We don't think she's black. She always leaned into her Indian heritage.
That's true too. A lot of black people pretty much have said, well, why is Kamala trying to be black now? She never was before.
And Trump picked up on it. Maybe somebody fed it to him. I don't know. And that's when he made his comments. And even tonight, they're all over the internet saying we're the ones who raised it, not Donald Trump. But in any event, so they elevate this. It's already come up, right? Trump's already been asked about it at the NABJ. That's where he said it. He was followed up. He's been asked about it in interviews. She was asked about it in her sit down with CNN. And I'll tell you, as a debate moderator, you factor all that in on whether you're going to raise it on the debate stage. Has it already been responded to? Has it already been? How long has the controversy, been over? This would not have risen to the level. It would. Children are actually having their body parts chopped off right now by the Democrats. I feel like that deserved a question. I like little girls are having their faces pummeled and going into permanent brain damage because of boys playing. Maybe they could deserve one question instead of raising this thing over and over again.
That would have been great to ask about that, the gender situation. What do both of them think of that? That would have been a great question to bring up.
But here's how they did it. Mr. Trump, you're horrid. Here's what you said. Vice President Kamala Harris, would you like to comment on how terrible he is? That was their MO. Here it is.
Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black. And now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people.
All right.
I mean, the playbook, Rich, it worked beautifully. Who couldn't look good out there with those two moderators doing that for her?
Yeah, that was a classic instance of the dynamic, challenging question to Trump, and then to Kamala. What do you think about this terrible thing? He said, and so there was about, I don't know, I didn't have a timer on it, but it felt from the initial questions, after the initial questions on the economy, I thought Trump was quite good on that. Then we get abortion, we get January 6th, we get election denial, we get this. It felt like 45 minutes straight. It was on terrain, that was not favorable to Donald Trump. And of course, not all terrain is going to be favorable to Donald Trump, and he created some of those problems for himself. But it felt like a very long time. And as you
Well, abortion was the number 2 topic out of the 12. So it had to be early on that Donald Trump started getting a little bit off.
you say, none of these things that would challenge Kamala Harris, like the thing that just emerged. Talk about something's new. You said as you pointed out, the answer about the Trump statement about her racial identity is old, but we just had the CNN getting the ACLU's scorecard or a questionnaire where she said that she supported the government paying for gender transforming surgery on illegal immigrants in detention is new. Like it broke a day or two ago, right? Did they ask her about that? No.
No, they didn't really ask her about that. That was something new. So if she's for that, wouldn't that be a question that the moderators should ask? Take out one of these. I don't know which one you could take. Well, you could take out the race one and the truth question and put those 2 in.
Not one question about that.
She also put on her website, finally, when she came out with her policy agenda, it says right there, plain as day, that she supports the Equality Act. And the Equality Act advances all of the awful mistreatment of young girls that we've just been talking about here. So she just puts this agenda out. It's a pretty obvious question. The CNN story comes out as well, and you get absolutely nothing. You get Donald Trump bringing it up, but nobody else seemed to have any interest in the story at all, despite the fact that Kamala Harris has been a champion of these very policies.
They don't care, and they don't understand the right half of the country. There weren't any questions designed to test whether she's too far left for the right half of this country, and frankly, for the left half of this country. All of the questions were trying to expose how radical he is, how bad he is. It's incredible that they ignored the CNN report, this K-file report in which they exposed, yes, she had told the ACLU that she wanted to make taxpayers pay for gender transition surgeries for criminally convicted illegal immigrants.
And remember, I always said, we're like Cliff Notes. So even hearing this from Megyn Kelly, check that out. See if that's true. See if what Megyn Kelly said is true.
Can you get more radical than that? That she wanted to take away funding from ICE at the border. There were so many things. Oh, that she wants to legalize all drugs. She wants to legalize all drugs, including fentanyl.
We have to check out her website, Kamala for President, Kamala. I don't know which one it is, but type it in for president. We know that. And then go on that page. And we're going to do a show about her policies from her website, too.
Fentanyl and heroin. She wants to. Where was the question about that? Yeah. Instead, we got 2 on the 2020 election, 1 on climate change, and ridiculous comments like the one here in number 11. Watch that 11.
Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from.
So why did he mention that to Ms. Harris if he was going to ask her a question about it?
President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million
Oh my
people.
God.
So let's be
Oh my
clear
God.
about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that.
So I don't have a problem with bringing up that Trump post. It's newsworthy. It's important. But the way the question is framed is, do you agree with your own campaign, Madam Vice President? And going back to the ACLU questionnaire, this perversely, it plays into their sense of superiority that you've been hitting on, because they think they're so good at their job. And so above it all, they don't know about that, or they don't bother to understand how important it is. So they let it go. and they think that shows how great they are. They don't fall for this right wing stuff. You know, they're all in good standing with the blob and only ask blob questions. But it really shows how terrible they are at their job and how they aren't to be trusted. And if Trump's going to do another debate, maybe he should insist that after they ask the question, that the moderators' mics are muted.
That's funny. There you go. Mute the moderators. Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And this is the post-debate analyst. We've gone to different platforms and we give our opinion while we're looking at these other platforms. So you know we are truly fair and really balanced. I don't want to say fair and balanced, and then I sound like Fox. So fair and really balanced.
Yeah. You know what? Let's do another debate. I'll host it. I'll moderate it. I can do it by myself. I can't stand Kamala Harris, but I would be so fair.
Wow.
I would be so hard on Trump today. I said I read a list of questions I would ask Donald Trump, and they were not easy. You at least need somebody who, no matter what their strong bias or how they're going to vote, tries to be tough on both sides. This just in.
Uh-oh.
Emily, because I guess she decided, oh, this will be fun to crap on him when he's down, when she perceives him as down. Taylor Swift just endorsed Kamala Harris.
So that's what they're talking about. Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris. Okay.
Taylor Swift, yeah. She posts a picture of herself with her cat. Would you look at this? You can,
of course.
Like you can kiss your sales to the Republican audience. Goodbye, Taylor. Hope you enjoyed them while you had them. And this is what she posts. Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now's a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take on the topics that matter to you most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about the proposed policies, etc. Recently, I was made aware that an AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to its site, blah, blah, blah. And the simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I am voting for Kamala because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she's a steady-handed, gifted leader. And I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of her running mate, Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. Oh my God. So this woman is fine with his plan to take custody of the children from parents who don't want them to chop off their body parts and put them in Minnesota court's custody so the body parts can be chopped off and they can be sterilized outside the custody of their parents. That's what led Taylor Swift to endorse him. Can I tell you something?
Remember, Cliff Notes, check it out. Tim Walz, is that what he's for? Well, Taylor Swift is for Tim Walz, who's for Ms. Harris.
I criticized her about 6 months ago when she came out strongly in favor of, she went to a fundraiser to raise money for Hamas, supposedly Palestinians, but the group that was doing the fundraising was known to funnel the money to Hamas. And I said, people should boycott her. It was an offhanded comment. People went nuts. Some lunatic dropped a note in my personal mailbox outside my house begging me not to boycott Taylor Swift, as though I have that power. I'm allowed to criticize Taylor Swift, and I don't give a shit who gets upset. This is disgusting. If she wants to vote Harris Walz, she can do it all she wants. But to say the reason she's doing it is because of Tim Walz's stance on LGBTQ, F you, Taylor Swift, and F all of the people who want to see these children have body parts chopped off and watch them sterilized under the age of consent, and then will ride off to their multi-gazillion-dollar mansions, never to think of them again. Emily, this is unbelievable. The left is losing its mind. She signed it Taylor Swift.
Not a Taylor Swift fan anymore, I guess, Megan. When you talk about Taylor, people get really upset. Just keeping it honest.
Childless cat lady.
Oh, how cute. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly, it's not just that she's okay with everything you just described, it's that she actually actively supports it, and yet we can't even get a damn question about things like the Radical Equality Act or the CNN Gender Transitions for Undocumented Immigrants report. We can't even get one question about it, but Taylor Swift is going to get applauded for coming out and endorsing this ticket for the reason of Tim Walz's LGBT policies and Kamala Harris's LGBT policies, which again, if you go to her website, cites very clearly that the cornerstone of it is basically the Equality Act, which is a radical piece of legislation. The vast majority of the country, the audiences of all of the glossy magazines that are now about to clap for Taylor Swift and Yas Queen her, the people that read those magazines don't like this stuff. They don't know about it because the media won't ask a freaking question about it in a debate. But Taylor Swift is also doing this, it should be noted, because Brittany Mahomes came out just a few days ago. She's been saying she supports Donald Trump. She liked a Trump post on Instagram, got a ton of heat for it. They were sitting apart from each other at the Chiefs game, and all of the speculation was bubbling up about whether they have broken their friendship over Donald Trump. Then they sat together again at the US Open, and Taylor Swift got all kinds of heat for being friends with a Trump supporter. And now she rolls out an endorsement right after the debate. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a calculated public relations move.
Yeah, I mean, right after the debate, what it took for this debate, Taylor, for you to say, I'm going to support her, you probably already knew it, and it might have been calculated through the media. Again, no coincidences. When you think there's conspiracies, usually there might be.
This pair, Taylor and her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, are the epitomes of elite snobs. They both have gazillions of dollars. She doesn't care what happens to these kids, just like he doesn't give a shit what happens to all the young men who take that Pfizer booster he's been pushing on them. I'm sure he's totally fucking clueless about the myocarditis taking the lives of young men in this country who didn't need the shot to begin with, never mind a booster. Where's Travis Kelce going to be? Because those are his fans. Where's he going to be when these boys wind up with heart scarring that causes heart attacks and potentially death? They will be sitting in their mansions in Rhode Island and California and New York and jetting across the world saying, let them eat cake, because they'll be bathing themselves in their own sanctimony, too obsessed with their money and their concerts and their football games to have a thought for those they've hurt.
I love Megan, but sometimes she does get on that soapbox and she just keeps going on and on. But I do love her. But, you know, she knows that she's that person that can get on that soapbox because she has a lot of followers too. But I love the journalistic side of her.
Okay. It's just another night after a regular debate hosted by regular moderators in a regular media world. Emily and
I
Rich,
thought you started
love you guys.
I thought you started hot at the beginning, Megan, but really you saved it for the end.
I actually am kind of hot. I don't know. Is it menopause? I'm not sure what it is. I'm angry.
You need a cat.
You guys, it's very, yeah, I need a cat. Somebody get Strudwick in here. That's all I can handle. Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, that's part of the Megyn Kelly show. And you got the response of how she feels. Not a fan of Taylor Swift. Not a fan of Taylor Swift. So we're gonna go to this one chart. Let's see if I can find it right here. Hold on one second. So I got this text right here. I thank you. As soon as I can find it, I think I lost it. Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Clovis the Sir says Trump 2024. Wow. So you have your Trump supporters who loved it. You have people that didn't like it. What was your I guess impression? How did you feel about the debate? Did you like the debate? Did you think it was favoring Trump? Did you think it was favoring Harris? And Taylor Swift immediately afterwards said, I support Harris. Some people say it was the best debate performance ever. Well, I don't know about that. You're watching Keeping It Honest. You're truly Anthony Parker. There's going to be hopefully another debate. Donald Trump will say yes. We've been on for some hours. We're going to finish it up soon. But I'm going to go to this last part. And we're going to see. Whoa. If I get my computer here. We're going to get to this last part with Megyn Kelly. And then get ready to close it up after that.
To quality that you can feel, backed by a 10-year warranty.
She has investigative journalists on her show. I have gotten some people off of her show, so I thanked her for that. And I like how she has her fact checkers. And I like that she gets passionate about her stuff. Years ago, she was a one-hit wonder. She came back. And now she's one of the most popular podcasters out there.
Your thoughts on tonight?
Well, I think, Megan, my thoughts have lined with your thoughts. I was watching X, and I think we're seeing the same thing. We're seeing the same debate where, I was saying Disney must be so proud of themselves because they got exactly what they wanted. They wanted a pre-scripted, almost Broadway-like production, and they got it. David Muir is a fantastic broadcaster. The problem is for us is that he is a terrible moderator. You mentioned you should do another debate. I agree with that because you're proving yourself to be tough on both sides. I'm not blowing smoke up anyone's skirt or anything like that, but this was a bias. I mean, fact-checking only Trump time and time again. Kamala Harris saying, I've never said I wasn't against fracking. I've never said I'd vote against fracking.
And now as I look at it, because, we were living for the moment, they're right. They literally fact-checked her, Donald Trump, but didn't fact-check Ms. Harris.
I mean, there was no fact check. There was no clarifications. And then Megan, when David Muir said, I don't hear sarcasm in his voice, and then turns to Kamala Harris and says, what do you think? It just gave her, it's called a fat fastball right over the middle of the plate for her just to hit it over the left field fence. And she did. I do think, Megan, and I didn't hear what some of your other guests were saying. I think I was listening to the last panel. I think they lean left a little bit with the exception of Spicer. Sure which way he leans, but I think they lean left, both of them. I do think she did get him to take the bait. So I was watching. I didn't want him to say quiet. He told her to say quiet. That bothered me a little bit. I mentioned it.
Yeah, me too. Like I said, quiet. Out of all of that, you don't tell a female to be quiet. I'm glad you noticed that, Eric. Eric Bowling. He was a host on Fox News. I don't know what he's doing now, though.
But I also saw Trump, who instead of doing what he did with Joe Biden, which was very reserved and just picked him apart, Trump took the bait and went after her. Now, a lot of my friends who are very, very pro-Trump are saying, you know what? He did what I did because I'm mad. I'm pissed off that women, that men are playing in women's sports, that naked men in drag costumes are prancing in front of our children. And you really didn't see that in the debate, but she still represents that America, and Trump represents the common sense, wholesome, patriotic America.
Wow, that's interesting. So depending on what America feels about how things are going in society now, they may look at Ms. Harris as the anti-society maybe, and Trump as what society should and is. Something to think about, keeping it honest.
And you get mixed up in these debates and you just see who wins for the moment. I think I can't say he won. Okay. I can't say he won. On issues he won, but the issues, he was great at the beginning on the economy and he was great at the end. And then ABC Disney just gave her a whole plate, a silver platter of things she could eat and chomp on and spit out. So it was biased, but he held his own. Let's call it that.
I totally get why the Democrats say she won, and she did well for her, as I predicted. I mean, I told the audience, I'd gone back and looked at that Kamala Harris versus Mike Pence debate weeks ago, and I said she did well. You should know that she's going to do well. She's obviously good at memorizing lines, and it was.
And that's one thing she is, because if you look at her some of the rallies, she says the same thing over and over and over again. So she's good at that and able to pick and choose at the moment when to bring it out of her head. which is good.
Very clear when she was just regurgitating her rehearsed bits. But I can't shake the feeling that people know when they're looking at a phony. They know that those bits were rehearsed. The overly emotional facial expressions that she was doing for the first 35 to 40 minutes made her look like off. She looked off and she looked a little emotionally unstable to me. She couldn't stop with the personal insults. If Donald Trump had said half of the nasty things to her that she said to him on that debate stage last night, we'd be hearing from all the CNN anchors about how alienating and divisive he is and how these Republican women aren't going to like that.
So who gave out the most insults, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? I think it might have been Miss Harris.
And they're going to vote against him, but not a peep when she does it to him over and over, needling him personally. And so while, yes, she spat out her talking points and she did successfully bait him, I just think because of all those things, I cannot say she won. I'm not sure I can say Trump won either. Maybe Spicer's the closest with it's a draw, but in my conclusion is this doesn't move the needle for her.
So
appearance-wise, I think she did win. And I think it will move the needle, not necessarily for Trump. I think it'll keep him steady, but I think it'll move her up a little bit.
So Tim Hogan, the guy who just had on, said something. I actually said that on a pre-show. I was doing a pre-show on X with Mario Nafal's up-and-coming star. I said Trump should just answer what he wants to answer. Forget answering the debate moderator's questions because it's going to be biased. He should have just taken abortion, Charlottesville, and turned it back into the economy, the border, or crime, and just stay on those three and just go. It's a tactic. So many great debaters are able to take the question, start to answer it, and then flip it into where they want to go with it. He would have done, I think, far better. Can I give you a football analogy? Football season just started. This is a game where Trump was blowing the other team out. It's the Chiefs against whoever, Baltimore last week. They're blowing.
And I think he's going to say something that I said. You're doing good, and the quarterback you're doing, he kind of sucks. But then they take him out, and you bring in a new quarterback to go against you, who's the better quarterback. And now you really don't have a feel for this new guy. And you may end up in a tie where you could have crushed that guy in the game if it was the original guy. So let's see if Eric's going to talk about it like that.
Blowing him out. He's killing him. They switched the quarterback, right? She comes in and throws a couple of touchdown passes. Now, she hasn't been a quarterback. She's just been a backbencher, but she gets lucky, throws some touchdowns, and everyone says, holy cow, Baltimore's going to beat the Chiefs. That's what.
And I've talked about this before, too. She's like a new quarterback.
Supposed to happen until the reality sets in. She doesn't know the playbook. You still have the rest of the game to finish. And here's where we are. We're halfway through the fourth quarter. It's probably tie score. Let's be honest. It's probably a tie score. But you never bet against Patrick Mahomes in the fourth quarter when you got the ball and it's a tie score. He will come on strong at the end. The problem is, it took too long for them to get there with her. I think they played this game of let's let her get through the DNC convention and then we'll really go after her. I thought he should have just started just banging her on all the economy and inflation. When you back her into a corner on anything numbers, she has nowhere to go. She has no DNA, nothing up here to rely. Think back on high school algebra, anything. It becomes a vacant stare. Almost when Lester Holt said, "You haven't been to the border," and she's, "Well, I haven't been to Europe either." Ha ha ha. That's where she is on policy, but they just handed her so many get out of jail free cards.
So I like that football analogy too, because we've talked about that before. So she's like the quarterback that comes in. He's been winning against his team. They take out that quarterback that he's been beating, bringing in this new one. And now it's tied probably in the fourth quarter, and it's up to Trump to say, okay, let me get my head together and do what I do. Because so far, this is the first debate that technically he's lost, if he's lost it to some people.
That's right. And he played defense the whole time. And here's another disgusting aggravation. You know, this little nerdy dweeby little man over on CNN named Daniel Dale, who does fact checks supposedly against both sides. He's super fair, Eric. Well, this guy decides to tell us how the falsehoods shook out between these two candidates. And here is his conclusion.
Jake, what stood out was that this was a staggeringly dishonest debate performance from former President Trump. Just lie after lie on subject after subject. By my preliminary count, Jake, Trump made at least 33 false claims, 33. By contrast, by, again, a preliminary count, Vice President Harris made at least one false claim, though she added at least a few misleading claims and a few more that lack key.
I don't believe that. I don't believe she only made one false claim. I can't wait till the fact checking really comes out.
Context. I think a lot of Americans say, well, all politicians lie. No major presidential candidate before Donald Trump has ever lied with this kind of frequency. A remarkably large chunk of what he said tonight was just not true. And this wasn't like little exaggeration, political spin. A lot of his false claims were untethered to reality. On abortion, saying every Democrat wanted Roe v. Wade overturned, though actually more than 80% of Democrats supported Roe. On crime, saying it's through the roof, though it's actually sharply down since early 2023. It's now lower than it was since Trump left office. On healthcare, saying he's the one who saved Obamacare, the law he actually repeatedly tried to overturn. On Kamala Harris herself, saying that a Howard University grad, Black Law Students Association president, had claimed that she wasn't Black at one point. Frankly, I don't have enough time here to run through each specific Trump false claim. I urge people to go to our CNN website or our app to read our team's detailed fact checks on this and a whole bunch more.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. I
Just
don't even
one.
want to start with that.
Just-
yeah, one. So
Just one from Kamala Harris. And I believe it's the fracking lie where she claimed that she had said she wasn't going to ban fracking, which she never said. She only said Joe Biden wouldn't ban fracking.
Right.
She never reversed her plan and stated belief that it should be banned. And by the way, where was his fact check? Even Snopes has fact checked the find people on both sides lie and the bloodbath lie, her claims about abortion, her claims about Trump and IVF, the Trump abortion ban line. She kept saying Trump's abortion bans. Trump has no abortion bans. Trump appointed 3 justices to the U.S. Supreme Court who overruled Roe and said this is a states' rights issue. There's no Trump abortion ban. Fucking Daniel Dale doesn't care about any of her falsehoods, the same as Lindsey Davis and David Muir.
She's pretty hot tonight as far as boiling as far as this debate's concerned. Wow, Megan.
It's shocking that he could say, he did, though. He covered himself. He said at least one for Kamala Harris, which means it could have been 50. He didn't lie about that. I'm joking here. But one of the 2 areas where I think Trump really could have nailed her. When Afghanistan came up the second time, David Muir said, I know we talked about it before, but Afghanistan, how do where do you stand on the pullout? And she said, I continue to believe Joe Biden made the right decision. It was one of the worst military decisions the world has ever seen, let alone America. And I think Trump could have kept on her a little bit. I know he did a little bit, but there was an opportunity there that I think was wasted. And also
and I also think that the moderator could have questioned her more a bit about Afghanistan and those people as they were departing, hanging on the airplane, trying to get out with people. And the whole world saw that.
And the topic of Hamas and Israel came up. He really could have pounded. He could have driven the wedge through the 2 sides of Kamala Harris's mouth, the side that is trying to maintain the Jewish vote and the other side that's trying to maintain the state of Minnesota.
Because I thought that would have been the one that would have been a turning point for voters, the Hamas war and how she responded to that.
Michigan vote with the Muslim population there. They're on both sides. They've been flip-flopping across the board on this. And I didn't think he brought it home on that. I hope there is another debate. I hope the debate is some neutral zone.
How?
Digital.
Right. I'm saying Fox, but then maybe, it might be on a streaming service. But who would that streaming service be? I don't know.
Digital. I mean, it's the only place to go right now. Let's be honest, Megan. You and I come from the cable news world. Disney owns ABC. ABC owns the moderators. There's no question that the Disney board is wildly liberal. They want a Kamala Harris president. If you think that these people who make millions upon millions of dollars from talent all the way up to management aren't trying to protect their own ass and their own paycheck, you're out of your mind. They're going to do it. On the other side, let's be honest, Fox has a conservative board, maybe less conservative than it used to be, but it's still a conservative board with the exception of Paul Ryan. But they still lean in the other direction. Get out of that world. Get out of the world where you're beholden to corporate boardrooms and advertisers, and go to some neutral zone. Go to a digital space, Megyn Kelly, and
I'll tell you,
pick another one. And Tucker, I don't know.
I'll tell you exactly. No.
I wouldn't say Tucker because Tucker's a fan of Trump. I would say the guy PVD, the one that we were on his side and trying to see what their story's about. He kind of keeps it real. He does moderations. He moderates shows. To me, I think he'd be one of the best ones. Well, Megyn too, but Megyn says she doesn't like Ms. Harris. But I think this guy PBD, his podcast would be a great avenue to do a debate. You heard it here first.
You know what? No one else, and this is not about a vanity project for me. I've hosted plenty of debates. But this is why it should just be me. It should be me alone, because who in the country has been harder on Donald Trump in presidential debates in a fair way, not like these moderators tonight, than me. I have proven that I will not give him a pass in debates and in interviews. And there's zero chance I will give her a pass.
She is selling herself. So maybe Megyn Kelly, but then Trump would say, well, I've known Megyn. She's going to be fair, at least. That'd be interesting.
I told this story on a show I was on prior to the debate. I said, I'm going out with Megyn Kelly later. And I said, Megyn Kelly should be the host, should be a moderator of these debates. Because who can forget in that famous moment where you were tough on Trump? Let's be honest, you were tough on him, but you weren't unfairly tough on him. And I can't imagine, you don't have to tell us, but I can't imagine the amount of input that you were getting from above and laterally and above from management and board members and whatnot to push you in a direction. And you did what your heart told you to do. You were a journalist and you did what you were on this earth, put on this earth to do. And look, and it's been nothing but good. Again, I'm not trying to kiss your butt or whatever, but that's what we need. And we haven't had that. I will give Jake Tapper and Dana Bash credit for coming close to that.
Did fine.
I think they were.
Yeah, they did fine. They also brought up climate change, but not the cutting up of body parts and children.
But I didn't like Dana Bash when she did the interview with Ms. Harris, though.
But they did fine. I mean, I would take that debate 10 times over what we just witnessed tonight. What does Trump do next? Because I don't think there's no other obvious debate. The only other one that he proposed was Fox, and she said no to it. And I noticed that in her, okay, I'll do another debate, she's not saying I'll go on Fox.
And then who would interview her on Fox? That would be interesting. Because Fox, we know, still has been a Trump kind of supporter.
Because she knows what will happen when it's going. Fox would be neutral. They actually would not go easy on Donald Trump and hard on Kamala Harris, I don't think. But she's not going to do it. So what does Trump do now?
I think he agrees to another debate on a more neutral playing ground. Did you notice that this whole idea of muting the microphones only worked one way? Did you know? I mean, they never muted her microphone. They were muting Trump left and right. They let him speak if he wanted to, but she was never muted.
That part is true too. If you watch the debate, she wasn't really muted.
I heard her muted a couple times. And she was a chatty Cathy. She wouldn't shut up. She couldn't control herself over there. She was very unsteady in the first half hour, and then it started to go downhill because the moderators shifted it. Whenever she was on the ropes, they would inject themselves and they would shift it. Oh, here's a little question on abortion for you. That'll make you happy. And you could see her with her dry mouth and her obvious nerves calm down once they brought her to the promised land.
And race. Now, if you poll America, what are the most important things to you right now? Cost of goods, fuel prices, inflation, crime, sending my daughter to school, hoping she doesn't get raped by an illegal immigrant on the way, or get a volleyball smashed in her face by a man who wants to be a woman. Those are the things that Americans care about. They don't care that Donald Trump once said, I don't know if she's black or not, because sometimes she says she is, sometimes she says she is not. That topic came up a little bit after abortion, and maybe they mixed in Charlottesville in the middle of that. So, they started out with the economy, and maybe that was a bait and switch, like, look over here, here's the shiny object. And they just went in for probably a full hour right into Kamala Harris's sweet zone. Just served it up to her on a silver platter.
Yes, it was all of her favorite little lovelies rubbing all over her. January 6th, election denialism, climate change, abortion. Yes, bring it on.
Yes.
That's really what we
Yes.
witnessed. Eric, stand by. I've got to say goodbye to the SiriusXM audience because we are going to wrap at midnight sharp. I want to keep you for a couple minutes thereafter, if you don't mind, because I just have a couple points I want to make. We just got this soundbite in from Nicole Wallace. The media problem must be addressed in just a little bit more detail, so don't go away, okay? Can you stand by?
Sure.
Thank you, my friends, SiriusXM listeners. Thank you very
So we're going to go back to Megyn Kelly and the people that she's interviewing. We're almost finished. But I love getting these sides of the story. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker.
So the media, I'm genuinely distressed by it. Like, I genuinely feel like we've crossed a Rubicon here that cannot be uncrossed. The willingness to actually jump into the tank and swim and paddle for her tonight was absolutely egregious. And to me, it was shocking, even from an industry that we know is biased towards the left. Here was Nicole Wallace over on MSNBC. Listen to the soundbite, appearing to admit that it was 3-on-1. And this is a person who loathes Trump with the passion of 10,000 suns. Watch.
David Muir didn't hesitate to say, I went back and watched the tape. You didn't sound sarcastic to me when you said I lost by a whisker. Kamala Harris got Trump on three sides of whether or not he won in 2020.
Oh, yeah. And MSNBC, they really can't stand Trump. Okay. So let's see how she delivers this.
He said, I won. And then he said, I said sarcastically that I lost by a whisker. And then David Muir ended it by saying, no, that wasn't sarcastic. So what the American people heard was Trump on three sides of the outcome of 2020. And David Muir and Lindsey Davis played an important role in that.
There it is. They certainly did. What an admission.
That was one topic, one comment. That sarcasm, that I didn't hear sarcasm throwing to Kamala Harris was, like I mentioned earlier, it was like one of the most egregious things I've seen, right up there with your old friend Chris Wallace fact-checking Trump erroneously in one of the debates, saying that the Hunter laptop was a Russian misinformation campaign, and we now know it wasn't, but he stopped the debate in its tracks.
He shut it down.
He shut down Trump, and he was.
I do remember that. I used to like Chris Wallace, but yeah, moderators can do certain things that moderators shouldn't be doing. They just ask the questions and the follow-up questions. Don't give any opinions.
It's wrong. And the same thing happened with David Muir on what you pointed out earlier on the animals being tortured or eaten in Springfield, Ohio, and other places. Really, it's not just that one place.
Can I just show you? Let me just show you the sound bites on Springfield. Let's just show this. They made it sound like Trump is just some lunatic making this stuff up out of whole cloth. Here's what we've been seeing over the past couple of days.
So this part is with the animals and the people eating animals. That was kind of crazy. But is she saying that Trump believed it?
It's from Springfield.
And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants, because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them like.
Okay, I never saw that. So that's interesting. If that's true and Trump was saying that, then it's true.
Okay. And now, and on top of that, Springfield, Ohio Facebook post, warning to all about our beloved pets and those around us. My neighbor informed me her daughter's friend had lost her cat. She checked pages, kennels, and asked around, etc. One day she came home from work. As soon as she stepped out from her car, looked toward a neighbor's house where Haitians live, and saw her cat hanging from a branch like you would do to a deer for butchering, and they were carving it up to eat. I've been told they are doing this. They have been doing it at Snyder Park with the ducks and geese, as I was told that last bit by rangers and police. Please keep a close eye on these animals. You heard that guy. And now, do we have the Federalist report? Because they're out there with a report and the 911 call on All right, we don't have the SOT. We can lay it in later, perhaps. But the Federalist has a report about as follows: recording of a police phone call obtained by the Federalist revealing a local resident reporting a group of Haitian migrants carrying 4 geese in Springfield, Ohio on August 26th. Quote, I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hands, the caller tells the public services dispatcher. The caller told the dispatcher he saw 4 migrants in total, 2 men and 2 women, each carrying a single goose. How many geese did they have? Asked the dispatcher. They each had 1. The caller says he spotted the Haitians carrying the geese at an intersection between Water and Warder Street, a location that does exist in Springfield and is confirmed in the police report later filed in the incident. This is all we have on the other side is this officer, a deputy director of public safety, Jason Villa, who told NPR, I think it's sad some people are using this as an opportunity to spread hate or spread fear. We get these reports that the Haitians are killing ducks in a lot of our parks, or the Haitians are eating vegetables right out of the aisle at the grocery store.
Wow.
And we haven't really seen any of that. It's really frustrating as a community. It's not helpful as we try to move forward. We haven't really seen any of that. So what? You haven't really seen any of that? What are you talking about? Because all you mentioned here was reports that they were killing ducks in a lot of your parks and that they're eating vegetables. You did not address the cat claim. You did not address the Federalist reporting that they had 4 of them and that it was called into 911. And you did not address the claim that at least in one case, a duck was beheaded. You only speak to that it's, hold on, how does he put it? A lot of our parks. So this is what you could call a non-denial denial. And that's what David Muir thought was an appropriate fact check tonight.
Wow. So that's interesting. If that's true, that's crazy.
Not just once. He said it 2 or 3 times when Trump said, well, we'll see if that comes out differently later. It's like, no, I'm talking about this person, the one guy that you just mentioned. Meanwhile, there are reports and reports. It's all over the internet. I will give you an anecdotal story. And this is an absolute true story. I used to play professional baseball in the minor leagues. There were a lot of Dominican players who were drafted. They were young guys. They never went to college. We housed with them. We roomed with them in Bradenton, Florida for the Pirates. And they would kill cats and eat them. Honest to God, true story. It happens. It's the way of life in some countries. It's just, it's an accepted behavior. It's not here and it's not okay. But for someone to say all these reports and those there's 2 or 3 people who were at a town hall meeting talking about some of the things that were going on, that they're somehow not telling the truth or they're lying, that's ridiculous. And even further, more ridiculous is you have a presidential campaign that's very tight, very close. You have likely a single presidential election debate, and one of the moderators uses a shoddy fact check like that. Honestly, Megan, that feels like someone came down from above, management, ABC or Disney, and said, if he brings up these cats, because it's bad, because it's everywhere. It's got the country kind of freaked out that these people are what they're doing. They probably said, make sure you stop him in his tracks, because he went back 2 or 3. If you listen back to the tape, he stopped Trump 2 or 3 times on the same topic, that's highly unusual. It's very.
So that's interesting. So if you know anything about those stories with the cats and people eating cats, get in contact with me and let me know.
Unusual.
We have some of this queued up. Let's take a listen to SOT 8.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
So we thought Trump was kind of crazy when he was saying that, but if you looked at the Megyn Kelly footage a couple minutes ago, it appears he's not.
Of the people that live there. And
She's
this is what's
laughing.
happening in our country.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this-
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say
clear-
my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
She's laughing.
4. Four times.
Four times.
David Muir jumped in. ABC News said, I just want to say, I'm not talking about TV. I'm talking about the city manager. 4 separate times he stopped Trump in his clarification, fact check, whatever you call it, and then throws it to Kamala Harris. Doesn't even let Trump get the rest of the thought out, and then throws it to Kamala Harris. That's probably, I would say that's probably the most biased interaction of the whole hour and 40-minute debate.
Because what we have at this point is a he said, he said. He gave more credibility to the city manager than he did to the woman who just posted on Facebook, than the person who called 911 as reported by the Federalist, than the people we just showed you who testified at the city meeting. David Muir decided that he would be the arbiter of truth and that he believed the city manager more than he believed those individuals. What did you do, David Muir, to make sure the city manager is a truth teller? Because his little denial sounds like somebody who is a woke leftist who's trying to run cover. I can't stand that this has devolved into hate and fear mongering about the migrants. Okay, how did you satisfy yourself that that's not a political hack, as Trump was suggesting, who's trying to run cover for a terrible thing that's happening in his city? I don't know what the truth is. And that is why I, as a debate moderator, would never have tried to settle the dispute. At a presidential debate, he made himself into Candy Crowley. That's what David Muir was doing over and over.
Megan, I think he is the 2024 version of 2020 Chris Wallace, where he stopped Trump in his tracks and said Hunter Biden laptop story is Russian misinformation, and it's BS, it's bullshit. It wasn't. It was true, and Chris Wallace was the final arbiter of what was true at the time or not, and he was completely wrong. I'm given that anecdotal experience I had with the Dominicans, I will tell you, there's a pretty darn good chance that there's illegal immigrants who are doing nasty things to animals, probably outside of Springfield, Ohio as well, probably in a lot of places that are just inundated with illegal migrants, because they come here, honestly, Megan, they don't assimilate. They don't come here to assimilate and be like us. They come here and they're nice for a while, and then all of a sudden they're doing things that they did in their home country. You see it everywhere. You see it everywhere. I talked to someone today about that. Like, women are being assaulted at a higher rate, an alarmingly higher rate, by these illegal immigrants, because it happens in their home country and they get away with it there. They come here in our streets and they're doing the same damn thing. They're probably killing our animals, likely eating them as well. David Muir shouldn't have fact-checked him 4 times, not once, 4 times.
No,
the way Chris Wallace, and that was a pivotal moment in 2020. The Hunter Biden laptop story could have had a lot of weight in whether you were going to vote for Joe Biden or not.
If I had been David Muir and she was cackling over there in response to this allegation that Trump was making, which again is not made up, Trump is getting this from actual residents of Springfield who have been all over the media saying this, I would have turned to her and I would have said, irrespective of the cats and the dogs and the geese, madam, Americans are being killed. We have the story of Laken Riley, among others. We have little kids who have been attacked in pedophilic rapes. We have young girls who have been murdered, a 12-year-old down at the southern border. Illegal immigrants are murdering Americans. How dare you stand there and laugh? What are you laughing about? I mean, she got a complete pass on her inappropriate behavior because they're all Team Harris. If you don't believe me, take a look at John Karl. Is he chief White House correspondent? Is that his title, Steve Krakauer? His reaction, DC, whatever, I don't know what he is. He's high up on the political food chain at NBC. His reaction to the debate. Watch.
ABC.
Part of the reason is Donald Trump really was not effective in bringing the debate to her. I agree with you. I think that he looked not just angry, but also rattled. And in contrast, Harris, who again, much of the world doesn't know, Harris looked like she belonged on the stage, looked like she is somebody that could serve as president.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants that. He's a chief Washington correspondent.
Well, so I watched.
That hosted.
They did an hour lead up to the debate, ABC, and I happened to watch it because I wanted to see what they were.
It was egregious.
Oh my! How much fawning over Kamala Harris could John Karl possibly do? I mean, you mentioned Jeffrey Toobin earlier. It could have been a Jeffrey Toobin moment, practically.
I'm glad we didn't cover that part, because who wants an hour just covering one candidate where it looks like the media is prejudiced against him?
And honestly, like the way they talked about Donald Trump, and this Lindsay Davis, she actually was one of the people pushing Trump went to this city and this city has KKK members. And that's basically why, he's going, is this some sort of an endorsement, like aligning Trump with the KKK because he went to the same town that Joe Biden went to, that where a KKK supreme wizard or whatever you call him lived. Watch this. This is old Lindsay Davis. Not old. It's like 3 weeks ago.
I remember this too.
This is the same person who moderated tonight's debate. Watch.
Former President Donald Trump is expected to go campaign in Howell, Michigan tomorrow. Many people are aware that a month ago in Howell, KKK protesters marched in the streets with the white robes on and suggested that they support Donald Trump. I'm curious if you make anything about that connection and him going in particular to Howell tomorrow.
It's amazing. She got picked.
Yeah, like I said, Megan, Disney owns ABC. ABC owns the talent. This was a trickle down from the Disney boardroom straight down, and we know how Disney feels about conservatives. We watch it. I watch it in Florida. I live in Florida. I watch it all the time. The fighting between DeSantis and Disney is nonstop. It's a wildly woke company, and Trump is the anti-woke candidate. And
Dana Walden is one of Kamala Harris's best friends.
Correct.
She's a woman who runs it, and
yeah.
she's one of her best friends.
If you think a Kamala Harris presidency won't be splashed with wokeism and a revibrance of the pride parades and the trans stuff, it's on its way, folks. It's on its way. She's going to make Joe Biden look like a normal president if she gets.
Listen to this. Listen to this, just in case you had any doubt about ABC's intention to take out Donald Trump tonight in an ambush. Not only did they put this woman who tried to link him to the KKK in as debate moderator and chose David Muir, who's hosted, according to the Media Research Center, the world nightly news show that is the most biased out of all three of them, NBC, CBS, or ABC, by far against Trump. Almost no negative stories about Kamala Harris, almost all negative stories about Donald Trump. But tonight, who do they book on Jimmy Kimmel following the debate in their big show?
Who? I'm just curious.
George Conway, Lincoln Project Never Trumper in chief, who
he hates Donald Trump.
Earlier tonight tweeted out as follows: "This is the most brutal beatdown I've ever seen in a presidential debate. I love the Kamala, what the F is he talking about look. The way she looks at him, she shows that she's not afraid. She shows that he is a joke. Bravo. God bless our next president, Kamala Harris." That's who's on Jimmy Kimmel right now. This was an ambush. That's what he walked into tonight. And he emerged, once again, shot up a bit, but I think still strong and I think still well positioned to win this race.
There's a cottage industry that's shot up since Donald Trump became president. It's the it's Trump derangement people. It's like the rhinos that were being escorted out of Washington, D.C. And then there's these people, these George Conways and Lincoln Projects and the other people who aren't kind of never really were conservative, but see no lane for them to be relevant other than to attack Trump as his attachment to Kellyanne Conway, or as these former Trump comms people, Alyssa Farah on The View, and the rest of them, Stephanie Grisham. These people used to work for Trump. And I know because I used to be in DC, and they adored him when they worked for him. They adored him. And then somehow there's a job waiting for them to bash him on the way out once they don't work for him anymore. It's a little cottage industry. Yeah, I think he's beat up. But again, Megan, it's the fourth quarter. It's tied. Let's be honest, it's probably a tie game right now. Patrick Mahomes, Donald Trump has the ball, and never bet against Patrick Mahomes with the ball. Tie game in the fourth quarter ever.
Speaking of Patrick Mahomes, whose wife Brittany made the comment about Trump,
and
is good friends with Taylor Swift. But now, okay, so we read Taylor's whole post earlier, so the audience knows what we're talking about. But she's endorsed Kamala Harris tonight, and amazingly said the thing that pushed her over the edge was her selection of Tim Walz because of his LGBTQ agenda. I'm going to go ahead and venture a guess. She's a know-nothing, that she knows absolutely fucking nothing about this issue. Wow. Does she know that he's bringing kids across the state line from other states whose parents don't want them to chop off their body parts, and he's having courts seize jurisdiction over them so that they can order that those be paid on the Medicaid dime in Minnesota.
So if all that is true, that's a lot to take in. What do you think about that? Parents not being involved with their kids for big decisions, and the courts are allowing this.
Oh, without the parents' consent, minor children being pulled away from their loving parents so that Tim Walz can cut off their genitals. Taylor, did you know that? Are those your little fans? Are you in favor of your little 13-year-old fans in Minnesota or around Minnesota getting pulled into Minnesota to get their breasts chopped off and to be sterilized with puberty blockers straight into cross-sex hormones? Is that what you stand for, Taylor? Thank God my daughter's not a fan of yours, but if she were, that would be it. Here's Rick Grinnell. Taylor Swift does not let people comment on her public endorsement. She turned off comments on it, Eric. LOL. Typical of today's left. They can't tolerate dissenting views. So what do you make of the Taylor Swift endorsement?
Other than the fact that I'm concerned because my beloved Kansas City Chiefs, I used to love Travis Kelce, and I can't stand him now because the stupid thing he does with her. Here's the reality.
And the Pfizer.
She's going to move the needle. She's going to get people to vote for Kamala Harris.
I don't think so.
As ridiculous as this sounds.
I know. Do you think Taylor Swift is going to let people or make people, because you're Taylor Swift fans, that they're going to support Kamala Harris? I'm curious. I think most of her people are like tweens. She's the only one I know that's like in her 30s. But yet, for the past 15 years, she's had tweens as her fans. But are they voters?
There are so, honestly, Megan, there are so many dumb voters. There's so many people who just look at a celebrity or someone like, or a musician, someone especially as big as Taylor Swift, who go, if Taylor likes her, then so do I. I mean, look, Taylor Swift is probably responsible for 2 to 3% more female attendance and viewership for the NFL. Taylor Swift, one person.
That's
The
true.
NFL did a study. They were about 46% female, 54% male prior to the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce romance. And now it's probably 50-50, they say.
Wow, so she does thread the needle, but those aren't tweens. But maybe some of those people who go to these games now will also be Harris supporters. Wow.
So, like it or not, and no sane football fan is going to listen to what Taylor Swift thinks, but she moves a zeitgeist needle, so to speak. And unfortunately, young people, oh man, it's just scary. It's just scary. I'm in New York City. By the way, I never want to be
I
here
don't deny
again.
her power in the music
But
industry, but I just don't think somebody's going to pull the lever for Kamala Harris because
let's
she
hope
told them
not.
to.
Let's hope not.
I
Let's
just can't.
hope not.
That's just my armchair opinion. I could be wrong. I've been wrong about plenty of things, but I don't believe that. Here is what Kamala Harris and her team are doing tonight with a drone. There's some video of a drone with a message in the sky. It reads, Madam Vice President.
Yeah.
Everyone's taking pictures, and then wait for it. The vice disappears, and we're just left with the Madam
So
President.
can I just comment on this whole media thing, this whole blitz, and you have to give them credit for this. They're being very creative. Almost every time I open my laptop, I got a Kamala Harris. I hate it. I got a Kamala Harris ad that place. They're putting it in very selective and smart locations. Her campaign has probably put together the best game plan for a quarterback who sucks. I'll use the football analogy one more time. She's incompetent. She doesn't know the playbook. She's not talented, but they've got the best playbook to beat the other team, and they're staying.
We're going to drag her into the end zone.
Right. Yes, they're figuring out the thing that they have, and they call it the brotherly shove instead of brotherly love, where quarterback gets the ball and the whole team pushes him forward, which used to be illegal. My point is, they're finding the right places to gain ground, to gain, let's say, votes. Again, battle state. I will tell you, I believe this election is coming down to Pennsylvania. That's why Trump should have stayed on fracking for an hour. because it was Pennsylvania
Yeah.
that was going to get hurt the most by her fracking, original OG fracking ban that she walked back recently. But that's where I believe this election will be won or lost in Pennsylvania, and fracking matters to those folks.
Here's the final indignity of ABC. Guess who else is booked on Kimmel tonight? The bookend to their debate. Not just George Conway, Jane Fonda.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, the
It's
anti-American. Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's unbelievable what Trump walked into tonight.
Jane Fonda, hadn't seen her in years, decades. I think she's a Democrat. So, wow, man. Yeah, I don't think Donald Trump should have went to ABC because he didn't like George Snapolopoulos, as he called him, or Stepulopoulos, as I like to call him. I like him. But he went to, in some people's eyes, a setup.
Night. He should never do that again. Republicans should never do that again. There should never be another general election presidential debate or Republican primary debate on ABC News ever, period. And if any candidate agrees to that, they should have to answer to Republican voters why they intentionally tried to sink their chances by agreeing to go into such a lion's den. It's just the deck is stacked and there's only so much any human can do. Trump, of course, is claiming victory anyway. We'll see. We'll see some polls. We'll see. I've got my doubts about whether her exaltation and exuberance is going to last for very long. Eric, great to see you.
You too, Megan. Congratulations. Great show, by the way.
Thank you very much. Oh, and thanks to all of you. I'd love to know what you think. You've heard what I think and what our guests think. Just send me an email. We have well over 1 million watching us on YouTube and plenty more on podcast.
Well, there's a lot of people. Boy, would I love to get hurt people. All right. Oh, boy, we've had a long night. You've been watching, keeping it honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker. This was our debate party. We did our hour pre-debate. We did our 2 hours the debate. And then we did another 2 hours after the debate. 5 hours here. We don't play. Stay tuned and on the rewatchable. Hit, like, subscribe. What did you think about that, huh? As I'm looking on my phone, I am looking again to my Instagram account. That is Anthony Alexander SR8. That's my handle. Anthony Alexander SR8. Go to my Instagram account. We'll be doing some stuff there too. And we thank you for supporting us. Go to our Patreon page. It's 3 levels. Type in Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker. And you can contribute on those 3 forms, whatever you like. You see, we put a lot of work into it. We got a chance to do the debate. We got a chance to do the pre-debate. We got a chance to do the post-debate where we got on Don Lemon's show. We got on this PBD podcast. We got on this ABC News podcast. And we got on Megyn Kelly. We tried to get different sides of the views. We are really fair and really balanced. So tell your friends. You can text me. Leave me a voicemail, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. Email me, parkerman2011@gmail.com, parkerman2011@gmail.com. Don't forget to go to my site. We have shorts as short as 5 seconds, and then we have longs. Like this one's like a 5-hour one. I've only done it twice. This is the second one. I didn't think we'd be doing it this long, but I wanted to cover a lot of bases, and I know this was a once in a lifetime. Big breaking news. Taylor Swift is supporting Kamala. And there will possibly be another debate. But where will it be? Will it be on Megyn Kelly? Will it be on my show? We know it will be on my show because we're going to come home with that and show you guys wherever it's at. So we thank you for supporting us. And don't forget the Midnight at the Oasis. We do that a couple nights a week at midnight. And we're hoping to have the person that sung that song, Midnight at the Oasis. It's been around about 50 years, but did some research. Found out this lady's on tour that did this song, and I would love to have her on my show, who sings Midnight at the Oasis. So stay tuned for that. We don't have too long left for this election. Go out there and vote. You have two choices. Vice President Harris, former President Donald Trump. Did this sway you, how you feel? Let me know. In closing, keep the faith, never look down, always believe in yourself, and therein will lie your answer. We thank you. We thank you. Tell your friends. Keep supporting us. Continue to join our family. Continue to let us grow. As I grow, you grow. Had fun on this show tonight. Hours. We're going to break it up in different parts so you can see highlights and everything. And, we may do a fact checking, but we were kind of doing fact checking today. So we appreciate all the support. Tell your friends, hit the like button, hit the share button, and subscribe. Keep your head up, never look down, always believe in yourself, and therein will lie your answer. We don't just keep it simple. We don't just keep it real. We keep it honest. God bless.